Vic, Vicky, Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're muted now, but I could hear you for a second.
Okay,
Bingo.
I don't know where the other people are.
Probably finishing dinner.
Ah,
How are you, Joe?
good, thank you.
I'll be back in a moment.
Eileen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Wolfgang, how are you?
All right, Craig, how are you doing? Oh, Eileen.
Good evening.
Hi,
Good evening,
Rob.
Rob.
How are you?
Great.
Super.
Hey, folks.
Hey, Amy.
How are you?
Hi.
Hi, Steve.
Everybody, hey, Joe. Hey, Craig.
Good evening, Steve.
How you doing?
Doing okay. I was a little disappointed that people aren't here at 7 p.m.
I just know that Jody's not going to be here tonight. I know she did tell us that.
Jody's out. How about Chandru and Jessica?
I haven't heard anything.
All right.
Waiting on Ashley, Chandru, and Jessica. And well, Rob, you spoke to Frank Farrar regarding T-Mobile.
I did, but I don't
Okay.
know what the
Okay,
upshot of
you
that
can
was.
contact me. We're going to carry them until the 16th.
We are, okay.
Yeah.
What was the
Yeah,
story with that one? The case being carried?
Yeah, it's going to be carried.
Right, so I had a discussion with Frank about some of the issues, and I had suggested that he give Eileen a call to discuss a couple of matters, and
Okay.
I guess he did.
He did.
That matter is being carried, Eileen?
Yes.
Hi, Jess.
Hi,
Hey,
everyone.
Jessica, how are you?
Hey,
Else over there? No.
Eileen, I got your email. I watched the YouTube, the Prashker matter. I don't need to sign anything, right?
I'll get it to you, but as long as I know in advance that you did it, I'll send you
Yep.
the certification.
Yeah,
Want to have as many members as possible.
yeah, absolutely.
I just texted Ashley, see if she's going to get on quick. All right, let's go get started with the approval of the minutes, and then if she jumps on before. Oh, there she is. She's in the
Yeah,
audience.
and I also see Chandra. So.
Yep. All right, great.
Ashley. There's Chandra. Okay.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Ashley, how are you?
Hi.
Hey, Chandru.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
hey,
Okay, ready?
Let's go ahead.
Okay. In accordance with section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board of Town Hall, mailing to the officially designated newspapers a list of the meeting dates annually, indicating that this meeting would be taking place on Monday, April 18th, 2022 at 7 p.m. via Zoom webinar. Amy Lawrence,
Here.
Joseph Steinberg,
Here.
Steve Toger,
Here.
Wolfgang Torres,
Here.
Chandru Harjani,
Yeah,
Ashley Abigdor,
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Jessica Blatt,
Here.
Chairman Craig Pleitner.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, we have a couple sets of minutes that we need to approve. So
We actually only have one, I didn't get the May 21st circulated, so it's just the May, and I'm sorry.
Let's just March 7th.
Yes.
yeah, Eileen is clairvoyant. She knows exactly what's gonna happen in May.
Right.
She's like Radar O'Reilly.
That's right.
I wish.
So with that, the minutes of 3/7/22, are there any corrections or additions to that set of minutes that were circulated? If not, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of 3/7/22?
I will just say before we begin, the only people that were here were Joe, Steve, Chandru, Ashley, Jessica, Craig.
Okay, one of those people.
Move approval.
Thank you. Second,
I'll second.
Ashley on the second. All those in favor?
Hi.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Thank you. Next, we will be moving on to our memorializations. We have two this evening. First one, calendar 38/54/21. Mukta Badia, 45 Pine Terrace in Short Hills. Any corrections or additions to that memorialization? Who's eligible on this one, Eileen?
Amy, Steve, Wolfgang, Craig.
Okay. So would one of three of you make a motion to adopt that memorialization?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to adopt.
Thank you, Amy. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thanks, Steve.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Steve Toger,
Yes.
Wolfgang Tutoris,
Yes.
Craig Plaitner.
Yes. Next, we have calendar 385521. Jason Bauer, 165 Long Hill Drive, Short Hills. Who's eligible, I think.
Same.
So unless there's any corrections
I'm
or
sorry, and also Joe Steinberg.
any corrections or additions to that memorialization? Then in that case, can I have a motion on 385521?
Move approval.
Thank you, Steve. Got a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Wolfgang.
Amy Lawrence,
Yes.
Joe Steinberg,
Yes,
Steve Toger,
Yes.
Wolfgang Tutoris,
Yes.
Craig Plaitner.
Yes. So we go on our first application, which is bringing back 385522 Wendy and Bruce Prashker.
Hey, Craig, do you want to, Craig, before we start, why don't we, if the T-Mobile application is going to be carried, if there's
Yeah, we can
people
announce
in
that.
the audience that are here for that, we might want to start with that just to.
So why don't you bring us up to speed? Because
Yeah, so if the board recalls, we had scheduled the 150 JFK Parkway application, which is an appeal and in the alternative, a request for variance relief. So I spoke to the applicant's counsel and we went over, he had a couple of questions. I gave him some the benefit of my thoughts on the matter. And based on that conversation, I believe he reached out to Eileen and therefore is requesting that the matter be carried until when, Eileen?
May 16th.
So the application calendar number 3862-22 regarding property located at 150 JFK Parkway, block 5303, lot 4. That application is going to be carried until, I'm sorry, May when?
16th.
May
16th.
16th, 2022, on the Zoom platform. No further notice is required of the applicant.
so if you're in the audience tonight for that application, it will be not heard tonight. So please come back at the future date and you can participate at that point. So then with that, we will be moving on to Wendy and Bruce Prashker, 26 Park Road, and that's calendar 385822. So I guess I'll bring over Prashker, Pinello. I don't know if we're going to bring the neighbors over at this time or.
the engineer,
Right, and the engineer for the neighbor or however. We handled here.
Charles
Yeah,
Danza.
Danza Design. The
Wendy.
Charles Baldanza, is he here this evening? Yeah, I got him. Okay.
We also have, I believe, the two neighbors, Francis
Yeah.
Campo and Howard Marg.
Or Margolis, yeah,
Do you want to bring them both over now or?
might as well.
Don't know.
Oh, someone just had their hand up.
Those were the only two names I can recall that I see.
Me too. Well, if anyone else raises the hand, we'll take that under advisement.
If I could just ask, if you're not talking, then if you could just mute so we don't have a lot of feedback. Thanks.
So, Ms. Prashker, we're going to start with you, and then I think Mr. Anello, you'll be speaking first as your representative, or you know, the floor is yours. So, how would you like to proceed?
Sorry, I just wanted to say hello again. Thanks for letting us come back and review. We listened to the comments from the last meeting. And I think that Angelo and I tried to take everybody's concerns into consideration. I know that Angelo reached out to a few people, so he'll explain all of that to you. But, we hope that you see that we made every effort to address concerns from the board and our neighbors. And you see that hopefully you'll see your way to allow us to enjoy our house even more than we already do. And thank you all for who visited the property. Thanks again for coming out. Okay.
Mr. Null,
Hi,
how are you?
okay,
You were previously sworn, so
sure. To use,
qualified.
thank you, sir. To use Wendy's comments as a bit of a segue, she is correct. There has been some design alterations, revisions, amendments, if you will, to the plan that we think are to the betterment of the project based on, well, for starters, it takes things down a notch. And it also, we did hear the adjacent property owners' concerns loud and clear. And I'd like to present to you a few matters. I believe you all were provided with a plan set. It's a 2-sheet plan set. We did have limited time, but I focused on the most important sheets, which are the zoning and the site engineering drawings, which are out of the Onello engineering plan set, drawings number 3 and 4. I believe everybody was at a minimum provided with a PDF copy, but hard copies were provided to Ms. Davitt at Town Hall. So does anybody on the board not have a copy or at least a PDF of the April 6th, 2022 revision?
Provided.
With
We'll have that.
with the relocated pool?
Yeah, we all have it.
Okay, great.
So Mr. Anello, those revised plans dated April 6, 2022 constitute an amendment to the application?
A design, sure, a design revision, or whatever the legal speak.
But the point being that the applicant is amending their application to propose a development consistent with those April 6 plans, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to share the screen now, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. 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 I'd like to bring the plan set on now. So like I said, it's specific to drawing number 3 and 4. As you can see, in comparison to the prior plan set dated January 5, which I'm zooming over the revision block right here. January 5th was the zoning board of adjustment, and April 6th is the revised pool and patio locations, specific to simply that. The prior pool location was much closer to the rear line. Now it's been moved back to abut the rear of the patio, the existing patio and retaining wall that's going to be rebuilt, and with a small patio area reduced significantly and also placed on the northeast side of the pool in a small pocket adjacent to the pool mechanical equipment. In doing so, I will just show you here, this keeps this area here open to a nice open and then sloped lawn area. And then what also happens is the small patio area will house all of 2 lounge chairs with a small table on the northeast side of the pool. So in comparison, it is a significant reduction. A transmittal letter went along with it. If I could use that as a guide to the basic revisions. I don't want to sound too mundane here, but we believe that the revisions were significant and take a lot of matters into excuse me, I'm just trying to locate this file. What did I do with that? Okay. I'm also going to share, this was put into the record. Mr. Simon, this is part of the record, so we don't need to make this as an exhibit, correct?
If it was submitted at least 10 days prior to the hearing, you are correct.
Okay. The letter that I'm reading from as a reference, as a guide, is titled, it's by Onello Engineering, myself, Angelo Onello. Prashker Millburn, ZBA calendar 385822, supplemental documents. Basically, it's a rundown of the plan set that you see before you, drawings number 3 and number 4, which show the revised pool location, smaller patio, and then a revised grading and drainage scheme. In doing so, the pool location was clearly shifted. It has also been made slightly smaller, 15 by 29 versus 16 by 30 feet prior. The existing upper patio terrace is proposed to be refurbished. I'm going to put this off to the side here. And this is the existing upper patio here. Everybody can see my mouse, right? The hand. Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the upper patio that has, and it's had better days. There's quite a few pieces that are missing of bluestone. It will be rebuilt, and in doing so, with the small patio, the pool, and rebuilding the patio, the mid-level patio, I'm calling it, and also reducing the size of the upper deck from 399, so let's call it 400 square feet, down to 300 square feet. That's inclusive of the steps. So the deck itself is, we're going to keep the existing steps intact, which are in this location here, and then reduce the size of the deck, bring it in here, and bring it in here, and also add a new set of steps, staircase risers along the back right side of the house for easy access. Now, in doing so, the accessory rear yard lot coverage has been reduced to 22.76% versus the 36.41 prior. However, a variance is continually required, though we feel that's a significant reduction based on the prior proposal. The proposed total lot coverage has been reduced to 38.90% versus the prior proposal of 40.84% prior. Variance relief, again, is still continually requested. And also on drawing number 4, we have a series of stormwater catch basins along the rear of the property. In particular, 5. I'm going to locate them here with the markup. 1, 2, 3. And I'll touch on these 2 stormwater catch basins that I'm circling now, which, based on some review with the township engineer, we're going to draw these back a little bit because I now understand that an overflow point can't be within 10 feet of the property line, which is completely fine. So really, these stormwater catch basins will be in a linear row as such, so that any stormwater that's coming off the property, that's in the wrong direction, my apologies. Any stormwater that's coming off the direction can be captured by these stormwater inlets. This stormwater would be peripheral than the stormwater from the patios that we're capturing within catch basins. So there was some concerns about we're providing catch basins within the limits of the impervious areas, which is correct. I'm circling these areas now. These are the stormwater catch basins here that are closer to the impervious areas. But beyond that, the lawn stormwater runoff will be directed into 5 stormwater catch basins along the perimeter of the property, which are specified as 18-inch drainage inlets along the perimeter, interconnected with.
Mr. Anello, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
If you're going to be continuing, or because you have already in part marked up this plan and intend to retain the markups for the benefit of the board's review of this, why don't we mark what you're showing us? Can we do that?
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to mark this as A1, which would be, because I don't think we've marked an exhibit yet, which is a marked up version of the revised April 6, 22 plan. Which sheet is this? Is this 3 or 4?
This is 4.
Thank you.
And what I'll do is I will print a PDF of this markup. I'll leave it intact.
Please, thank you.
And then we'll mark it as A2. And
Oh, wait, what's that? I'm sorry.
you said you want to mark it as A2 or A1? I'm sorry.
No, A1.
A1. Okay. Make note of that. And then I'll make a PDF and then I'll email it to Eileen.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So this is the stormwater plan that I'm looking at. And we feel that the perimeter drainage it can only assist, especially with the new dry well that is going to be installed adjacent to a proposed dry well. This is the new dry well, and this is the existing dry well location where we're pretty sure that it is. I mean, all records show that it should be in this location, and based on my on-site observations, it's a really good location for it. Like, it seems like that's where it is. There was some questions before about notations of, is that going to be opened up? Is the inspection point going to be put to the surface? We are proposing that. Contractors shall verify locations of all the connections. Also, to confirm with Onello Engineering, we can put a further stipulation to confirm with the township engineer. And then along the top of the existing dry well, we also plan to install a 6-inch riser, which I'm highlighting now, for inspections. But I think what's going to happen based on the interim review with the town engineer is that we're going to draw these stormwater catch basins back, as I was saying, and they'll probably end up being placed directly over a top of the dry wells themselves, which is also smart. So not only will they act as the stormwater going in, but for possible overflow coming out, and then routine inspection during the common storms to make sure that the dry wells are functioning properly. The fact that there's really no existing like dry well erosion that I can tell, I know there's not an overflow now, but you'd think it would be more bubbling out of the ground. I don't notice any issues. So I think the existing dry well is working quite well. Then again, they generally are never allowed to be installed in the first place if inspected by the town engineer, if the soils couldn't take that dry well in the first place. So I think that the location's fine. Doubling them up, piggybacking, if you will, with a secondary dry well is only going to make more of a robust system for the existing stormwater and the new proposed improvements, which are the patio, really just the patio on the side of the pool. And then we're going to include the mid-tier patio and then areas under the deck to capture as well and discharge directly into the dry well. So the location of the pool changed, a smaller patio, significantly cut down the rear yard accessory lot coverage, and the overall lot coverage has been reduced from prior proposed was 40.84, and now it's 38.9 as per this plan. In the interim, we also I also had some correspondence with Charlie Baldanza, who has been retained by the adjacent property owners regarding drainage and concerns. You know, I'm sure there will be some comments or questions that I would expect. A lot has happened in a short period of time, so I think we can work this out with respect to stormwater and any comments that the board has. Mr. Simon, I also want to show another exhibit that we made, which is, I'm assuming we're going to mark as A2. A2.
Yeah, because the A1 is the markup, you know, of your sheet 4.
Okay, this is A2, which is prepared by Onello Engineering, dated today on purpose on April 18, 2022, which is drawing number 3, revised or updated, I should say, yet again, this time with landscaping. So I'm calling this the landscape plan notations. In fact, in the revision digest I wrote right here, landscape specifications. More particular to the screening along the right-hand side where there really is none. I know before we were kind of showing graphically some plantings, but there was a question mark as to what they were. Now we have some specifications for you. Along the right-hand side, retaining wall to be rebuilt. There's that's where that wooden retaining wall is. That's going to be taken down and rebuilt with nice landscape modular block. Along the top of it, we're specifying 10 7 to 8 foot planting height, maintained at 12-foot height, Fastigiata arborvitae pyramidal thuja occidentalis, planted at 6 inch on center. In layman's terms, they're more of the taller arborvitae, it's a little bit pyramidal shape towards the tip, and they're planted at 6 feet on center in a linear row as shown on this plan. And then along the bottom right side of the property, which is the south corner, where there's only a standalone 24-inch tree at this location here. That's in gray, which is 24, this coniferous tree. We're planning to plant 2 and then 4 green giants. So for the record, 6 green giant thuja planted at 6 foot to 8 foot height in rows sets of 2 and 4 at the top and bottom sides of the existing 24-inch tree, respectively. In layman's terms, 2 trees along the top side and then 4 trees along the curvature of the south corner as shown. So I felt comfortable with this being an exhibit just for the purposes of that. I wanted to discuss this with Ms. Prashker and her landscaper to make sure we're on the same page with respect to that. I'm going to slide that aside, and really drawings number 3 and 4 are the updates. I believe we've heard everyone loud and clear, though, of course, I'm sure there's some questions and comments, and I'm all ears.
Mr. Anello, before even the board starts with their questions, have you received Ms. Callahan's April 11th memorandum with regard to this application?
I have, and I had received a memorandum on, I want to say that, I think it doesn't matter, the day it came out or whatever. Yeah, she sent it to me actually. And I had read through it and responded to it. There was some things that we were, maybe she and I need to correspond a little bit more. I have not received a response back, nor did I expect to in such a short period of time and with a holiday weekend coming up. One thing that she does state, first of all, a big thank you for her to providing a memorandum. There's a couple of things that I agree with and some stuff that I think is requires a little bit more clarification. One of them in particular would be the Ms. Callahan, am I saying that right? Yeah, Ms. Callahan. She puts in a report, and I'm going to my, this is for on the record still, the record plan set January 5th, 2022. This is drawing number 2, which represents the existing conditions. The existing driveway already has roof gutter downspouts, an inlet drain, as well as beyond that down the northeast property line, another drain that are interconnected and wrap the corner and are connected to the existing drywall now. I don't think she understands that they're already connected, and that's fine. I just wanted to correspond with her about that. Basically, the reason I'm pointing out is Ms. Callahan's requesting that any areas that are being connected to the drywall needs to be sized for. And I think that the existing driveway and the garage roof gutter downspouts already are based on the prior construction of the home addition and the records that were provided, and also what I've seen on site with the drainage inlets and the pipes wrapping around the back of the garage. Now, I do put that aside for a second. What I do agree with her is that the rear bluestone pavers patio that's going to be rebuilt and the new drains under the deck, that should be included in the sizing of the dry well. My point is, whatever the size it needs to be, the applicant and myself take no exception or contest to Ms. Callahan's recommendations if we get to that level for a soil movement application and drainage review for the sizing of the dry well. I really think it probably come down to keeping the design that we have and upsizing the amount of crushed stone. And if need be, and the size we have now is a 500, but if need be, we could upsize it to 1,000-gallon dry well. So based on my calculations and then sorting it out with Ms. Callahan, I think it will come down to we'll keep the 500 and then upsize the amount of stone that we put around it and underneath. But again, we take no exception, whatever's necessary in that regard.
Okay, so she makes four recommendations at the end of her memo. Just so the record's clear, you don't take any exception to any of her recommendations, other than you just want to have a follow-up discussion with her to clarify that the roof drain system already goes into, I guess, the existing dry well.
The roof drains of the garage and the driveway already goes to
And the
existing
driveway.
Yeah. And that would be stemming from recommendation number 1, which is, I don't take any exception to what she's saying. I just think there needs to be better clarification on what's going there now. Regardless, we'll upsize the system as necessary. And the other points I think are valid points on going in reverse, number 4 there. a percolation test, basically an opening of the soils and taking to a lab if necessary to prove the infiltration rate is always a good idea. We do that for every project. In fact, that's already stipulated on the plans as a common procedure within some of the grading and drainage notes. I also concur with number 3, the condition of the existing dry well, and we have notes on the plan to that effect. And then with respect to number 2, what Ms. Callahan's saying is the system must be relocated further from the property line, that the overflow inlet is minimum 10 feet from the rear property line. And to hammer that point, sorry, I moved it off my screen. I'm referring to Exhibit A1, where I put the arrows to draw those inlets back. That's what she's referring to. We were using these points as overflow points a little closer to the property line, and Ms. Callahan would, I guess it's a town stipulation that they need to be 10 feet away, which is completely fine, because based on the landscape plan, which is Exhibit A2, correct, Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Okay, as you can see here, if we were going to move those drainage inlets back above the dry wells, they would be right in front of the landscaping, which is a good thing, because if these were to overflow, they would overflow right into the landscape bed, as you can see here. So I think it's a good, valid engineering review. Again, Mr. Baldanza had provided a report. We read the report. In limited time, I think we've had a bit of correspondence and done provided a bit of revisions to take care of many of the concerns. And okay, thanks, Mr. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Anello. Mrs. Prasker, you have your hand up. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I'm sorry. I've bothered Angelo so much with so many details that I don't know if this is worth mentioning. But at the last meeting, I think the neighbors behind us were concerned that they would see a very big wall because of how it slopes. When the pool was set further back with the original plans, the pool was sort of half in and half out, if you will, if I'm explaining it correctly. And I think at that point, the pool was like 4 feet out of the ground. By moving it closer to the existing patio, we're further away from the back. And because of how the land slopes, the outer wall will now only be about 2 feet out of the ground. So we've reduced the amount of like an exposed veneered wall. Just so that.
This is Angelo speaking. Thank you, Ms. Prasker. That is another good driving point, that relocating the pool back, the rear side of the original proposal, the wall of the pool was like half in, half out. It was exposed at roughly 4 foot 8 inches at its maximum height. Drawing it back and sloping up to it, we're only now proposing 2 feet height exposed.
Okay.
Along the downhill side. That's what I just highlighted on the screen here in yellowish orange.
Sure.
Whatever it's coming through as.
Which will be also part of A1.
Correct. And I'm marking up on A1, which is the grading and drainage plan, which is the proper place to do it, I believe. Yep. Okay.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board for either Ms. Prasker or Mr. Anello? Actually, could you stop sharing a second, please?
Sure.
Thanks. Any questions? Any questions from the, Joe, go ahead. So you're gonna go up.
I just would like the engineer to focus on the 2 variances that are being sought. And I'd like to find out exactly before he redid the plans. I'd like to know what the amount of the discrepancy was that we're asked to grant a variance for, and also after the plan has been revised. I'd like him to once again be clear about how much the variance is.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Steinberg, the original variances were 2, and there's still continually 2 variances being requested. In no particular order, but I'm reading from the January 5th, 2022 record plans, drawing number 3, which is the zoning analysis plan, design layout and zoning analysis, sorry. The first variance was for percent of rear yard accessory coverage. Again, this was the original proposal. It's proposed at 26.41%, greater than 20% required. So 26.41 over 20% required. The second variance is for overall total lot coverage, which is 40.84% versus 35% required. So that's 40.84% over 35% required. The current proposal with the revised design reduces the percent of the rear yard accessory lot coverage. It's down to 22.76% proposed over 20%. And the variance for total lot coverage is down to 38.90% over 35% proposed. Limit, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for our current witness or applicant?
I just want to point out, Mr. Anello, I know on your revision of April 6th, you indicate in number 3, proposed rear yard lot coverage has been reduced to 22.76 versus 36.41. So I just wanted to make sure that I believe that was an error on your part in that particular submit?
I'm sorry, did I put that in the
Just so
letter?
that it's clear that it
Yeah,
should be
hold on.
26.41.
Let me just grab the letter. So I can,
The cover letter with your
yeah,
submission,
which
you
number?
indicated it was previously 36.41. I believe that is incorrect.
For the,
Number 3,
yeah,
proposed
hold
rear yard.
on. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just want to check.
So I just want to verify that. I believe
It should have been 26.
26.4.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Let us refer to the plans.
Yeah.
Jessica?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Is it possible at all for you to put in this pool without any variances?
Weird. Hold on. Let me see what that would do to the size of the pool. It would be I'm just looking for the rear yard accessory lot coverage. It would be a significantly small pool. Like roughly 12 by 24. Basically a glorified spa pool at that point. And then the overall lot coverage.
Well, what about the patio? I mean, you're
Yeah,
on
I
just
mean,
patio size.
You'd have to eliminate like the patio and basically cut the pool in half and then some.
Well, I don't think you have to
It'd
cut
be
the pool
a
in
tough
half if you,
squeeze.
I don't think you have to cut the pool in half if you eliminated the patio.
Well,
It's
well,
a bit of a stretch.
okay, I see what you're saying. To reduce what we would need to lose for accessory, I'm strictly focusing on the one variance for the rear yard accessory coverage. So currently, the current proposal, the April 6th, is 22.76 over 20 permitted. So that 2.76% times the rear yard accessory, we would need to lose 146 square feet, which leaving the pool as is, you would need to lose the patio on the northeast side of the pool. the new proposed patio area. And then for the overall lot coverage, I don't think that would do it, because overall, I mean, that would eliminate the one variance. But the overall lot coverage, quick calculation here. It would need to be reduced 468 square feet, which would then be the pool, which is proposed at 435. I'm just grabbing an object item on plan. It'd be, yeah, the pool and its perimeter coping. So I guess half the answer is yes. We could eliminate one by taking out the patio, but not for overall lot coverage. And the patio, it ain't that big as proposed, 170 square feet, graphically shows that my eyes are on my plan. Sorry, it graphically shows that it fits 2 lounge chairs, a small table, and an umbrella. It's a 12 by 12 area.
What about this mid-level patio?
The mid-level patio is, I mean, it works well the way it is now. I mean, the original proposal was to reduce it and just turn it into a pathway. It's a nice like interim level between the rear yard and getting up to the deck. I mean, I can bring up the photos again, but there is significant elevation drop. I think it's a good design. You know, of course, I think that, right?
Well,
But
I'd like you to think that. Yeah.
I think it
Right.
it works well with the way of the different terraces. So if the mid-level patio needed to be reverted back to just a pathway, so be it, though it's already a patio now, and we're planning to fit it with drains. And graphically, we show on there a table, a small round table with 4 chairs around it. Just a nice eating lounge area at that mid-level. I think it works well in the design. I don't think it has any impact moving forward being rebuilt because it's there now. And as a benefit, we're planning on fitting it with drains to capture the stormwater runoff from it, whereas there's no drains for it now. And same underneath the deck. When we plan on cutting back the deck, we're going to put some drains underneath the deck. So any water that gets through the deck boards will land onto the ground below and into some drains.
Okay. Jessica, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Any other questions from board members?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask us to follow up? Mr. Anello, I think there were some comments, and I don't know if it was in the letter from Mr. Baldanzi. Is it?
Aldanza.
Baldanza, sorry. And I think one of the comments was that what you're capturing in runoff is nothing more than what you're adding. Is that accurate or not?
It is subjectively a good question or statement. I don't think it's fully accurate because we are collecting other areas than just what we're proposing, as well as the fact that the pool doesn't run off. The rain stays in the pool. So we're collecting the areas from the patios, the existing patio, drains underneath the deck, and then perimeter drainage. You know, to his to the understanding here of the timing, that letter was produced before Mr. Baldanza had an opportunity to see the updated plans. I received that letter, and then later on that evening, I provided a response to that along as a courtesy with our updated plans. So the neighbors and Mr. Baldanza wouldn't be blindsided with them, with an email with a full response to him. And then we spoke on the phone last week regarding a few of these items. And then with the understanding that he would come to the meeting, and here we are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Craig, I just have one
Go
more
ahead.
question. I'm so
Sure.
sorry. I don't want to get off track here. I watched the last, meeting where this application was on. I don't want to get crazy with the whole water runoff, but just because it was just brought up. And this was referred to the last time too. You keep mentioning the water running into the actual pool when it's raining. Is there no plan to have like an auto cover or anything on this pool?
Well, if there is going to be an auto cover, what happens is the auto cover is actually below the coping of the pool. Okay, so this would be the cover and this is the coping of the pool. So any water that falls in still goes through that cover. It's not like waterproof per se. It's just a cover to keep the leaves out. That's really all it's for, or safety for children. So the water will still go through that. Even with a cover, it's still permeable for water to go through.
Don't the pool covers usually have a pump on them, like a sump pump, to actually pump the water off of it? Because the water does collect on the cover?
Well, it goes through the cover into the pool. At least the modern ones do. I mean, listen, I hear you. My neighbor across the street actually has a tarp on her pool and she throws a pump in there. But that's kind of archaic in today's days of doing things. So let's just pretend that the cover was permeable. And when water hits it, it does sheet off. It would sheet off onto the lawn and then into the stormwater catch basins along the perimeter of the property. And the dry well, mind you, was also sized to pretend that that pool is actually coverage. But I'm just saying, realistically, it's not tangible impervious. I'm not denying it's not coverage. But the water does stay in the pool up to 6 inches of rainfall, which is a typical distance between the coping and the water level. Now, how does the water get out from there? Generally, it would evaporate at about 1/4 inch per day when it's nice and warm. Or the mechanicals are fitted with a multi-point valve, which when turned, the pool could be lowered into the backflow. Backwash can be put right into the dry well. Even if it was put onto the lawn, the water would still go into those catch basins into the dry well. Or we could just do a direct feed. We can put a stipulation on the plan to have the backwash from the filter system put right into the nearest drainage catch basin to account for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anything else? Any questions? Let's go. We'll keep moving on with testimony and then we'll open it for questions, the audience or all these various people. So let's, Mr. Del Campo, if you'd like to turn on your camera and your microphone. There we go. How are you this evening?
I'm fine, Mr. Planner. How are you?
Good. All right. So Mr. Baldanza is working at your request. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think he can fairly represent it far better probably than I or I can. So
Very well. Mr. Baldanza, will you please grace us with your qualifications? And if I see you are a planner, an architect, and an engineer, and how you will be in what capacity this evening presenting.
Okay.
So
Can you hear me?
yes.
Do you want me to swear him in first before he does that?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay. If you would just raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony about to give in tonight's Zoom hearing be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name for the record, please.
Charles L. Baldanza, Baldanza.
Mr. Del Campo, if you please leave your camera on during the testimony, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Baldanza, your qualifications.
Okay, my qualifications are, I am a licensed architect, engineer, and planner in the state of New Jersey. I have a degree in architecture from NJIT. I've been in my own practice since 2014. I've testified in front of land use boards throughout northern New Jersey and Bergen, Hudson, Passaic, Essex counties, Morris County, etc. My licenses are in good standing. And I would like to be considered an expert on engineering and planning by the board.
For this evening.
Yes.
Thank you. Your qualifications are accepted, so please proceed.
Okay. I am representing, as you heard, Mr. Del Campo, Mr. Margolis at 14 Cross Gates, and Mr. Stephen Roth at 18 Cross Gates. I reviewed as you all know, I assume that the board has seen the report that I submitted regarding this application.
I won't go into great detail on that. Hopefully the board has had a chance to look at it. But I would like to hit the main points. And right off the bat, I'm going to tell you, and again, I also did review Mr. Onello's revisions. So I'm going to react to them in my comments. Let me just state first and foremost that I have not heard any justification whatsoever as to why these variances are warranted in this application. Okay, I've heard about the drainage, I've heard about the design, but I have not heard a justification as to why the zoning regulations of this zone do not need to be applied, that they must be put aside for this. And furthermore, let me just state that I do not believe that this project, some form of this project couldn't be done without variances. I think a pool could be put in. I believe that Mr. Onello testified that some of the patios are deteriorated. They're going to be rebuilt. The deck is going to be reduced in size. And I don't know why a design cannot be done that doesn't reduce the number of variances significantly or completely eliminate them. Now, I'm gonna go through the justifications here. The requested variances are for the 38.90% and lot coverage over 35 and the 22.76 now, but it's still a variance over the 20%. Okay. The master plan reexamination of 2018 lists substantial development activity in residential areas as one of the primary issues facing the township. There's been no testimony provided as to what is unusual regarding this property, such that release from total lot coverage and accessory lot coverage requirements that apply to the rest of the zone is warranted. And significantly, I have not heard how the drainage that is proposed, be it the revised drainage that was presented tonight on the latest plan, can be considered a benefit to the public good, let alone a substantial one. Now, if the board would just indulge me for a minute, I would like to go through a couple of factors, which I know the board is very well familiar with. However, I think it bears stating, because I think this is the heart of the issue that the neighbors I represent have with this application. Okay? In regards to these requested variances, the board will need to determine whether or not the applicant complies with both the positive and negative criteria for the bulk variances requested as provided under the MLUL. Okay? The negative criteria refer to whether or not the applicant has demonstrated to the satisfaction of the board, and I'm quoting now from the MLUL, that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and the purpose of the zoning plan and zoning ordinance. Okay. The effect of permitting the proposed pool and patio at these increased coverage from those prescribed by the township ordinances would be contrary to the main purposes of the municipal land use law as stated in 40:55D-2 in the following ways. The proposal does not promote the general welfare. It only benefits the applicant. The proposal does not provide protection against flood. Only the impervious coverage, the proposed impervious coverage is being mitigated by this design. And Mr. Onello testified that a few extra areas are going to be directed in, but I don't get a sense that the applicant or Mr. Onello are proposing any kind of radical re-examination of what's going on with the drainage on this property. They're providing what they need to provide. And I trust that the town engineer is going to make sure that they do it for the required amount. for the proposed. But there's no evidence that they are mitigating anything that's there, which is the only way I think it can be considered to be a benefit to the public, not just complying with the minimum that the town requires. Okay, the proposal, per the MLUL, the proposal does not provide adequate light, air, and open space because they're proposing excessive coverage of a lot, which I think they could avoid. This proposal does not furthermore provide a desirable visual environment. Okay, it was going to stick out of the ground 4.8 feet. Now it's going to stick out of the ground 2 feet or so. It's still, I'm not convinced that this is going to be the best visual thing here, looking at it from the rear, from the sides. It's sticking way up above the fence in a lot of places. I'm not sure that I haven't heard anything about how the fence or anything is going to really effectively screen this. Okay, so bear with me. I would like to continue. The 2 bulk variances required for this application. The board may grant a variance to allow a departure under as a C1 variance. So you may allow this variance, and I know the board is well aware of this, but I'm going to state it. If there's a hardship, okay, there's no hardship on this property that I've heard. In fact, I reviewed the original meeting, and the applicant stated very clearly that there was no hardship. So there's no hardship. I don't see how a C1 variance could be justified. If we're thinking about a C2 variance, again, I haven't heard anybody provide the justifications for a C2 variance. Well, long story short, under the MLUL and case law that has been established, there's 5 criteria that if you're going to grant a C2 variance, you've got to comply with 5 things. I'm going to read what they are: that it relates to a specific piece of property, that the purposes of the MLUL would be advanced by deviation from the zoning ordinance requirement, that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, that the benefits of the deviation would substantially outweigh the detriment. And number 5, that the variance will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zoning plan and zoning ordinance. Well, I'm going to go through those 5 things. Specific piece of property. There's been no testimony provided as to what is unusual regarding this property, that such relief from total lot coverage and accessory lot coverage requirements is warranted. Number 2, purposes of the MLUL. The applicant has not provided any testimony as to how this application furthers the purposes of the MLUL. Number 3, public good. The applicant has not provided any testimony or information as to how these variances can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, in this case, the neighborhood and the quality of life of the neighbors. Specifically, the runoff obtained by the engineering design, as I said, I'm repeating myself, only compensates for the increase in impervious coverage, but existing uncontrolled stormwater runoff to the neighboring properties will remain. Therefore, it is no benefit to the public good. I can't see a justification there. Number 4, benefits and detriments. The benefit of this application is entirely confined to that of the applicant. Allowing the applicant to construct a pool and a patio of this size in this location exceeding the coverage limits does not benefit the public good at all, let alone substantially, which is the requirement. The detriments are many, including depriving the neighbors of access to air, light by building a pool that comes out of the ground. It harms the visual environment, and it requires greater impervious coverage than allowed by the town's regulations. Number 5, the intent and purposes of the zoning regulations and master plan. The applicant has not provided testimony information as to how this application furthers the intent and purposes of the zoning regulations and master plan of the township. As I stated, the master plan reexamination of 2018 lists substantial development activity in residential areas as one of the primary issues facing the township. A specific recommendation of the report in regards to residential district was, I'm going to quote, to ensure that new residential development and additions to existing homes are compatible with the prevailing neighborhood context. It's on page 50 of the reexamination. I have not heard I haven't even heard any attempt to say how it's going to do that, how it's going to fit into the neighborhood context. So you've heard me go through the things here. I have not heard any of this, and I'm going to stand on that testimony and those statements, and I'd be willing to answer any questions that anybody might have about that.
Mr. Baldanza, those questions to me?
There, anybody who, on the applicant side or on the board or anybody.
Okay, because I'm going to take them as questions to me.
So
And,
one second. So I just want to qualify what you're saying, Mr. Baldanza. When you're talking about the positive criteria here, if this pool was not done at all, okay, the current conditions would exist.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that when anyone does an improvement to a backyard, they have to also improve the current situation? Is that how you're defining?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is.
So if you build a deck in your backyard, okay,
Yeah.
then you're saying you also have to improve other conditions in your backyard unrelated to the deck, just so that.
Not
there's
at
some
all,
positive
sir.
benefit?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you can't comply with the zoning regulations because you're already at the limit, then you need to come up with the justification for why the board should grant you this deviation from the ordinances. So if one of them is you're substantially benefiting the public good, I think that makes a great case for you. But again, if you're the applicant, you're coming with your hat in hand and saying, yes, we exceed your rules, Mr. and Mr. Board members, but we're bringing this to the table. I don't see anything being brought to the table here other than they're going to comply with the rules. I don't know that that's enough of a public benefit. Again.
So there currently drains under the deck right now? Mr. Anello?
Mr. Player, there are not. We're proposing to put drains under there.
Does that enhance, shall we say, the runoff, Mr. Baldanza?
Does it enhance the runoff? Well, Mr. Anello, on the drainage calculations that he provided they were exactly for the square footage that were of the new impervious area. And again, I mean, I think if you're designing the drainage system only for the impervious that you have, if you're sizing the end of the pipe, yeah, you're collecting, and that's what the town engineer brought up. That has to be sized for everything. Mr. Anello was saying, well, if the driveway is already on, it's, again, nobody's sure if it's hooked up, but if it is, great. Well, it's sized for that already. So, let the chips fall where they may. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
So, Mr. Anello, would you like to respond to any of these assertions?
Absolutely. So yes, many of which are assertions. I believe a further review by Mr. Baldanza could find that we are in doubt providing a substantial benefit, not only for landscaping and visual, but also for stormwater. So again, to reiterate some of my comments prior, I am very happy that we had a letter of review from the township engineer. That just shows that there is some type of correspondence going on in engineering speak. And then I did state that the applicant and myself have no exception. We take no contest to sizing the stormwater dry well, the new one, adjacent to the existing dry well, which has no known issues, to be adequately sized for what we're going to be sending to it. So to say that we're only sizing it for the new impervious areas, and that's not true. Again, the pool water surface, I'm talking about physical tangibles here, it does not emit any water. So that's 435.
But nevertheless, that's the township. I don't mean to interrupt.
No,
you are actually. You are interrupting.
Mr. Baldanza, you got to.
We're not doing this. Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mr. Anello, please proceed.
Thank you. So if we're going to just, for all intents and purposes, take the pool water out of the equation. I know it's lot coverage, but from a stormwater standpoint, that generally leaves a lot of extra volume in the stormwater dry well, which are going to connect a few more patio drains. 200 square feet of a mid-level patio and 300 square feet underneath a deck, that's 500 square feet that we're going to be adding to it, which is roughly the size of the swimming pool. Yes, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a slight deviation of more impervious areas, but my point is whatever the calculations need to be to size the drywall, we will do so accordingly. I do this for a living. I do it all the time. Generally, we use a 500 or 1,000 gallon dry well, and then up the size with crushed stone as necessary. For these small pool projects, which for all intents and purposes, this is a rather small poolscape project due to the small size of the patio that we're adding and the small pool, the dry well would generally be a 500 gallon dry well. If it needs to be 1,000, it needs to be 1,000. So be it. That's something that I, as the engineer for the applicant, would work out with the township engineer. With respect to the benefits, lines of sight, you keep going on about sight. For starters, 2 out of your 3 clients have swimming pools. The most effective, which would be from a site standpoint, would be the neighbor, Mr. Del Campo, directly to the left. There's significant screening there. Majority of the pool that's been relocated is up behind the deck towards the center of the property, the centroid of the rear yard, if you will. Probably, unless he's peering out the upper windows of his second floor and into the rear yard, really would not be viewing the pool too much. Then again, anybody can look out their second floor of their house and see any of their neighbors' yards. That's the way it works when you live in suburbia. A couple of things, your neighbor to the rear, lot 39, which is 18 Crossgates Road, is significantly downhill. I mean, you'd have to go to the rear of the property line to peer over the hill to see their poolscape and patio down the hill. And along the back of the property now is a significant row of vegetation. There's also Mr. Del Campo's detached garage at the south corner of his property. I'm talking about lot number 6, which is blocking lines of sight from if you were standing higher up on the hill on 18 Crossgates Road. Mr. Mogolis's property is over 200 feet away to the centroid of his house on his property. There is significant topographic elevations. Same thing, it's on Crossgates Road. There is no line of sight issues that I can find, okay? Now, to benefit line of sight would be the neighbors on the opposite sides, which are the south and the west, who they may be here at the hearing tonight, did not come out for the last hearing. In fact, lot number 5, immediately to the right, the Thompsons have agreed to allow temporary construction access and for Mr. and Mrs. Prashker to clean up the shared property line from the state that it is now. So the benefit would be to clean up the property line, add extensive landscaping all down and around the sections of the property that have no perimeter landscaping. So your clients, Mr. Baldanza, all have significant perimeter landscaping on this property for lines of sight that be perhaps visually to obstruct the visual with a wall of green, as well as Mr. Del Campo's garage. A couple of things with respect to hardship. This is an undersized lot. It's roughly it is 60% of what the zone requirement is, which in the R4 zone is a 20,000 square foot requirement. The proposed, the existing lot as is 12,000 square feet. Other hardships there are significant elevation differentials on the property. From the rear to the front, I'm talking the long stretch, you got 13 vertical feet, as well as from the rear first floor down to the rear yard where we're proposing the first pool patio on the left side of the pool there is about 7 feet elevation differential, which I believe substantiates the necessity for an outdoor deck as a landing congregation area right outside the first floor of the residence, which the applicant has already agreed to shrink or reduce from 400 square feet down to 300 square feet. The mid-level patio is there now. It's impervious, it's bluestone and some compact DGAs. We plan, as per this current proposal, to rebuild that. And then not only rebuild that and reduce the size of the deck, but also to fit it with drains and then let gravity and water find its way down to the dry wells. Also, to benefit specifically your clients would be the slew of stormwater catch basins along the rear perimeter of the property. So I believe that we've covered all aspects with respect to protecting the neighbors, especially with aesthetics, with walls of green, thick, dense evergreens. The property in its current state speaks for itself. The Prashkers do a wonderful job of keeping a kept property. The landscaping is immaculate all around, front and rear. With respect to your comments and your statements or questions, if you will, I believe that I answered them all, but they are for the board's discretion, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Nello. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Baldanza? Are any further questions for Mr. Anello regarding his testimony?
Can I, correct?
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
So, Mr. Anello, Mr. Baldanza provided an analysis under both the C1 criteria, the hardship criteria, as well as the C2 criteria, the balancing test, the benefits, whether the benefits substantially outweigh any detriments. So can you comment or respond, if you wish, to those statements, namely that there's no hardship in this case, and that that would be for the C1, and for the C2, that, and Mr. Baldanza refers to the Kaufman case, where in essence, the board must be satisfied that the proposal presents a better zoning alternative for the property than a conforming development. So can you comment on that?
Sure. To go in order with your statements, before with respect to the hardship is that it is an undersized lot and that there are significant elevation differentials, which I can believe substantiates necessity for the rear level of the deck and the existing mid-level patio due to the split level nature of the home, which in fact do take up square footage, one being the patio that's going to be rebuilt, as well as the deck that we're proposing to reduce. So there is a hardship there. There's two hardships: the significant elevation differentials in reverse, and the I'm going to reverse comments, the significant elevation differentials, as well as the undersized lot. Now, with respect to C2 and the benefits, I would like to say, or put on the record again, that a pool is a normal and customary use. The two of the immediate adjacent properties, two of the neighbors that are here, which are 18 Cross Gates and number 28 Park Road, each have swimming pools. So this is in character with the neighborhood. The pool that's being proposed is modest in size. It is not bigger than the adjacent pools that already exist. And then the benefits with the robust stormwater system. I mean, there's no stormwater issues that we know of now. I've been to the property. I mean, there's dry wells. There's a dry well there now. There's the driveway goes there. The garage roof gutter downspout goes there, and the other side of the residence roof gutter downspout goes to the dry well now. The other benefit, the benefit of that is that the robust stormwater system is going to account for not only what's there now, but the existing patio, deck, the new patio, and then the 5 new drains along the perimeter of the rear yard. It's not a very big yard. It will capture all the stormwater runoff with proper grading and low points injected into the rear yard perimeter to capture all that, along with the significant new and existing kept landscaping will help to soak up. So there is definitely benefits there. There was also another assertion before about not doing a proper analysis of stormwater for the property. It's incorrect. The first thing we did was a full topographic survey of the entirety of the property. And also all the roof gutter downspouts have been marked on where they discharge to, either at surface or underground. To what I said before, the rear stormwater roof gutter downspouts from the roof go into the dry wells in the rear, and then the front pitch onto the front lawn. The front right side of the house roof gutter downspout does pitch on the front lawn. Some of it makes its way onto the Thompsons. That's the neighbor to the right, number 22 Park Road, onto their driveway. And then down the strip, I don't think that's the root cause of the erosion between the two properties. I just think that over time, it's a tight corridor that could use some better grading and better stabilization and landscaping and proper drainage, which our proposed plan calls for. So I believe both the variances requested under their nature are substantiated based on my testimony and the design provided.
Mr. Margolis, I think you had your hand up. I don't know where. Would you like to
Yeah, I
speak?
do. I'm sorry. So the question on the, I guess there are two questions. I think part of the issue, and that's why we asked Mr. Baldanza to evaluate it as a planner and as an engineer. The zoning, right, is supposed to limit some of the coverage or be consistent with the neighborhood, right? So when you say it's a hardship, I mean, theoretically, you could cover the entire lot with cement and build a big enough drainage, right? So I don't think that's the essence of what, the argument that you're getting at here, right? Is at some point, aren't these zoning rules set up to mitigate just on their own and to be built as of right? Does that make, that's what I'm trying to understand what you're saying in terms of, the rock drainage runoff, and I mean, the site is the site and its elevation is not a hardship. Its elevation is its elevation.
Mr. Nello, can you respond to that question?
Mr. Margolis, could you boil that question? I mean, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I think I know what the question is, but could you boil that down?
Sure.
Thank you.
The site is 12,000 square feet. I understand that, but that's what was purchased at the time. So to develop as of right, it can't be done. By adding this additional dry well and other items that you've been discussing, you could add enough dry wells to cover the entire surface impervious and make it impervious. I don't see how that impacts the zoning or mitigates, and creates the hardship that that you've stated.
I think what your question is really has, I don't know if you're trying to make a point or.
No, Mike, it's a question of why does this fit the zoning? Like, you can mitigate all that, but why does this fit the zoning?
I got it. I understand what you're saying. First of all, we're not paving the entire lot. Okay, let's get that taste out of our mouths here.
That's not what I was saying, right?
I get it, but everybody's coming at me, so let me try to explain here. We're not paving the lot. We are providing design plans for a modestly sized, normal and customary use of an in-ground swimming pool with a small patio. That's what we're proposing within the confines of the rear yard, smack dab in the middle of the rear yard for all intents and purposes. Yes, you could pave the lot and then provide stormwater dry wells to account for that. That's something that you would account for a shopping center that was like at 95% lot coverage. And then, since we're on the topic of that, a lot of the zones for commercial zones don't permit 95% lot coverage, yet they all seem to be. And one of the things would be landscaping. All the islands are landscaped. It's all about perimeter landscaping and aesthetics. In this case, there is no pavement. I mean, there's a driveway, but the roof, the driveway are collected, the patios are collected, the entire perimeter is substantially screened with evergreen plantings, as well as perennial plantings throughout the property. It's a beautiful piece of property. Prashkers do extremely well in that respect. What substantiates it, the variance relief that we're requesting, is the testimony provided in the design plans that everybody's heard, and I'm sure everybody's heard me speak enough at this point. But the whole purpose of having these zoning boards is that we can go and present our arguments, or really presentation of why we think it's a good plan to keep the beautification of the property, and then add an accessory use that is quite normal. And can it be done at what size? How does it affect the neighbors? That's why we have a panel of the zoning board to make these considerations against the presentation that we're providing, and then make a decision. That's ultimately the purpose of why we are here.
Any other questions from Mr. Nello or Mr. Baldanza? I will open it up to the participants. Anybody in the audience have any questions for either of the professionals or applicant? Do not see any.
Greg, I see that Wendy Prashker has her hand up. I don't know.
Oh, I'm
if she-
sorry. There we go. Go ahead, Ms.
Me?
Prashker.
Me again. So just a few points. When the other engineer, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. When you talk, when at the last meeting, I sort of, you know, there was that off moment. And when I said that it's not a hardship, it's because it's hard to justify not, you know, not having a pool. But the reason we need the variance, if we want to enjoy our house to the fullest, the same way that Mr. Del Campo does with his pool and the people behind us with their pool. I don't know if the Margolises have a pool, but we're hoping to just enjoy our home, and the hardships because of the level of the backyard is why we can't reduce the patio or the deck more than we have. When we bought the house, there were very steep steps without, they were actually, I think they were the bare minimum to code. They were very steep and dangerous, which is why the deck went off the kitchen. So it was, we had to make those two levels to make sort of our backyard usable at all with kids and a dog and this and that. And the other thing, going back to a comment that Mr. Margolis made, you know, yes, I agree with him. My husband always says, dance with the girl you brought to the prom. Like at some point, this is the property you bought, this is what you can do with it. But that in vain, that goes back to people who buy downhill. When you do live downhill, water never ran uphill. So there are extra precautions that you as a homeowner who lives downhill need to consider, as well as people who are doing improvements above you, which is why there is a board and why we submit for permits, which is what we're trying to do to the best of our ability. Mr. Del Campo's pool is actually in the same position that ours would be, sort of, and I'd be curious to know if they have an extensive plan that maybe we could emulate, if that helps his pool keep his water on his property instead of running downhill.
Is this a question for me? Could I?
No, I'm not done. Wait, I'm not done.
Sorry.
So that's, you know, we're just trying, the reason that there is a variance board is for people who sort of want to take a little bit more advantage maybe of their property and live in a nice way. You know, we've tried to keep our house beautiful in the neighborhood. There are a few pools, or the pools on our street happen to all be on our side of the street with backyards with similar size yards. And with COVID and everything, we're just home more and we're hoping to use it and we're hoping to do the best for the neighborhood. I don't think anybody's pool benefits the rest of the community. But you know, we're going to add plantations to absorb the water. Mr. Del Campo has a fence that blocks his view from our backyard. I'd like to think that we'll do a beautiful job. So a lot of the concerns, if you had visited the property, you would see aren't as, I guess, dramatic as I think they seem if you haven't visited the property. So I just want to clear that up.
Yeah,
Mr. Baldanza, it's not necessary for you to respond regarding your client's pool, as that is not on the agenda this evening.
Okay, I thought it was I thought that was a question to me. I just would like to respond to a couple points that were made, if I may.
Sure.
Number one is I would like just to make it clear that I did visit the site on April 6th. So these are not just observations based on looking at the plans or aerials or anything like that. I did go to Mr. Del Campo's property. I walked around the perimeter of the property and I am familiar with it. I stated that in my report. But more importantly, I would like to just respond to that question by saying that there hasn't been any testimony regarding why in reality they can't comply with the zoning code, why they can't reduce particularly the lot coverage variance, why they can't re-examine these patios. I heard about enjoying the home and all that, and that's great. The thing is, you know, the patios are existing, but maybe you can't have your cake and eat it too because of the coverage issue. And I haven't heard a reason why the pool has to be, or I heard that a hardship argument was made about the grading and the contours of the site. Okay. but they're putting the pool against the contours. You know, you would look at this and say, why wouldn't the pool go the other way? So it doesn't stick out of the ground. So it doesn't go really, you know, you're putting a level, water is level, you're putting it level and you're making it go downhill. It would fit a lot better in. So I personally believe that there's a better way to design this, that it could have been done better. And then it would have complied with the zoning code or much more closely with the zoning code. And that's my response to what I've heard.
All right, thank you. Mr. Del Campo, I see your hand is up. Do you have a comment? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, there was mention of my pool, and when I bought the property, the pool was already in place. To my knowledge, there was no variance required to place it on the part of the previous owner. Again, I can't vouch for that, but I suspect that that's the case. So, and that was sort of thrown in as an aside by Ms. Prashker, and I just wanted to address that, that's all.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience have any questions for anyone this evening, or actually this point where comments? Does anyone have any comments regarding this case? Okay, I do not see any hands coming up, so I will close the hearing, the public portion of the hearing. Board members, what say you? Go ahead, Joe.
I muted.
You got it. You're good.
No, I'm good. Okay. This is a tough case, but it's a case where it's a little more confusing than it should be because of the fact that we sought the opinion of the township engineer. That's really not part of what we're sitting here trying to do. The township engineer gets involved on the construction end. And so I don't think it's fair to take into account what she had to say about this case. It's a tough case. I did go to the property, I saw it. It's a hard case, but there's one fact that sticks out in my mind, and that is that the property is 12,000 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the district, the R4 district. I think that is a very persuasive argument that there is a hardship here. The fact that the applicant went back and did a significant amount of research and changed the plans significantly is also very important. Now, someone can argue that the reduction of the requested variances was not tremendously, was not tremendous. I understand that. But it seems to me, you know, I was concerned about something that hasn't been mentioned in these hearings at all. And that is that a pool that sticks 4 feet out of the, on one side out of the ground and has some surface around the pool is in my mind, is a significant hazard to kids in particular who play in the pool and others who might fall down over that 4 foot area. That has been significantly reduced. It's now, as I recall, something in around 2 point something feet. And I think that's very important. I am somewhat torn in this case because I see arguments on both sides. But to my mind, two things stand out. One, that this property is significantly undersized for its zone. And secondly, that the applicant went back and did a lot of work and changed for the better a lot of the factors that we have to take into account. I also think that the plantings that have been proposed are significant and should also be taken into account by this board. It's a tough case, but I am inclined to vote yes.
Thank you, Joe. Other comments from the board? Steve?
So, you may recall, I was actually kind of in favor of this application last time it was brought before the board. And my recollection is that it was really the board was, of the opinion that getting an opinion from the town engineer would be beneficial. So again, I think the applicant has done a good job in response, not only to the engineer's report, but also to the concerns expressed by this board. And so I was looking upon the application favorably last time, and I look more favorably upon it this time. So I can support the application.
Jessica?
Yeah, I would agree with Joe and Steve. And I particularly agree with Joe that this is not an easy case, and this seems a little more complicated than it needs to be. But ultimately, we're talking about an undersized lot. And I think that the applicant has made a good argument for why these variances are needed, and I could support the application as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? Nothing. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
Yeah, I'm also very torn on this because on one hand, I do understand the hardship argument. On the other hand, the lot size is what it is. There's no shape or otherwise situation other than size that makes this into a hardship. And the property you have is, the percentages and ratios of coverage, that's just what you get. If everybody had a bigger house, we could all do more things, or if everyone had a bigger lot, we could all do more things to our houses, I suppose. So I guess in thinking about it that way, I would have to vote no on this.
I would agree with Wolfgang. It's always nice to say that the lot should be bigger, so it's a hardship based on the zone that the house is in. But if it was an R6, it'd be twice the size of the R6. So I'm not really sure that that's a super compelling argument here for a pool. I think this pool could exist in this yard if things were nipped and tucked a bit more. So I don't think that this pool couldn't exist. I think it could 100% be in this yard and comply, so it does not need variance relief. So I too would not support this application. Any other comments? If not, then do I have a motion on this case?
We need to vote. I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And this is a motion to approve on
Both
C1,
variants.
C2, or both?
I don't think it's necessary to specify which area we're voting on. We're voting to grant the variance or not grant the variance.
Well, but is it based on the applicant meeting their burden of proof as to the C1 criteria, the C2 criteria, or both?
I think both.
Thank you.
Reaffirm my second.
Thank you, Steve.
Amy Lawrence,
No.
Joseph Steinberg,
Yes.
Steve Toger,
Yes.
Wolfgang Tutoris,
No.
Jessica Glad,
Yes.
Craig Plattner.
No.
It's a 3-3 vote. It is not an affirmative vote, so the motion does not pass.
Thank you for coming in this evening. We'll be now moving on to our next case.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm bringing Michael Levine over.
Yep, this is calendar 380021, High Center, 437, 439 Millburn Avenue, 7 Bodwell Terrace.
Mr. Levine, would you like me to bring anybody else over at the moment, or how do you want to proceed?
I'll just enter my appearance and make a couple of brief introductory remarks just to kind of refresh the board's recollection as to where we are. And then at that point, I think I'd ask you to bring in somebody if that's okay. Good evening, members of the board. Michael Levine. I'm an attorney with Fox Rothschild here this evening on behalf of the applicant, the High Center for Living Judaism. So I think the chairman mentioned the subject properties 437 and 439 Millburn Avenue and 7 Bodwell Terrace, located in the R6 zoning district, block 1208, lots 1, 2, and 3. The applicant is seeking preliminary and final site plan approval, as well as D3 conditional use variance relief, as well as some bulk variances for approval to construct a house of worship on the subject property. Currently, there are 2 existing residential dwellings that are proposed to be demolished and replaced with a single building that would contain a house of worship. Excuse me, as the board is aware, it was a copy of the prior resolution was submitted with the original application materials. We had an opportunity to appear before the board in early February to begin this application, and there's a threshold issue for the board to consider, which is whether or not res judicata should apply to this application. There was a prior application at the subject property by the applicant for a house of worship inside an existing single-family residence that was proposed to continue. We had some preliminary testimony, primarily from our planner, John McDonough, with regard to the issue of res judicata. In the interim, I have since submitted a copy of the site plan that was before the board back in 2001 that was the subject of that prior review and denial, the resolution for which has been included in the application packet. And so we did not complete that analysis or make a threshold determination as to the res judicata issue. So I would assume Mr. Simon would agree that that still remains to be addressed. That was certainly my intention, and planning to do that by means of 2 witnesses. One is Mike Lanzafama, who's the civil engineer, not only for this application, but was also served as the civil engineer for the 2001 application. With regard to specific differences in the current proposal that's currently before the board. as compared to the proposal as it was depicted on the site plan that was before the board in 2001. That's one of the relevant aspects of making a res judicata determination. And the second has to do with any relevant changes in the neighborhood and surrounding area. So I would like to recall John McDonough to comment on that. John had a hearing earlier this evening. My original intention was to offer him first since he'd already been qualified and introduced to the board. I'm not sure if he's with us. Ms. Davitt, do you see him in the list of participants?
I see Jack Gordon. Is that who you said, Jack Gordon?
John McDonough.
No,
John
Mr. McDonough, I don't see him.
No.
I see a phone number, but I don't know if that's him.
Yeah.
All right. I know he will definitely be here, maybe a timing issue, but Mike Lanzafama I know is with us and he has relevant testimony to provide specifically with reference to comparing and contrasting the two site plans. So I'm prepared to make efficient use of our time and start with Michael, if that's okay with the board.
Mr. Simon, do you have any comments? Go ahead, Rob.
So just a couple of things, just so the board and the public are aware. The issue that continues to be addressed as a threshold issue is this issue of res judicata. If the board's aware, as the board's aware, we heard some testimony from Mr. McDonough, the applicant's planner, as to why he believed as a professional planner that the matter is not subject or falls outside the doctrine of res judicata. And that issue is continuing to be discussed, as Mr. Levine appropriately stated this evening. So just for clarification, Mr. Levine, in terms of Mr. Lanzafama's testimony, is your intention that his testimony be limited to the issue of res judicata and a comparison between the recently submitted 2001 plan and the current site plan? Or do you intend to, in essence, get into your case as well with regard to the current plan?
My intention, Mr. Simon, was to have Mike Lanzafama's initial testimony limited to the res judicata issue. But if the board feels it would be either helpful to their deliberations or just a more efficient use of the board's time, certainly he's familiar with the board engineer's review memo and is more than prepared. He also has exhibits and is more than prepared to discuss the substantive engineering aspects of the current application to the extent that's helpful. We're happy to do that if the board thinks that would be helpful to it in making a decision.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's why I raised the issue as a threshold matter. I think that in terms of where we are with the application, my recommendation would be that for now, just to limit Mr. Lanzafama's testimony to the res judicata issue. And, I assume that as part of that testimony, he's going to get into a little bit of the differences between the prior plan and the current plan so that the board can make an informed determination as to res judicata. But this is not the time yet to get into the substance of the actual site plan application testimony.
Rob, for the board's benefit, could you please explain what the actual threshold is in determining that?
In terms of res judicata?
Correct.
Sure. So the question, and we talked about this a little bit the last time. So the question is whether the same parties or their predecessors have previously sought the same relief from the Board of Adjustment in the same factual setting. And if that's the case, then this application could arguably be dismissed on the grounds that it has already been decided. So as by way of background, the application was submitted to the board back around 2000, 2001. The application, and it concerns the same property, certainly. The application was denied. My understanding that no appeal was taken, and that would constitute a final determination. So once that final determination is made and an applicant comes back or the property owner comes back with another application, the question is whether it is allowed to proceed to the board, before the board, or whether the doctrine of res judicata prohibits the second application from proceeding before the board. And the elements are that the board has to determine are, whether the second application is substantially similar to the first application, whether the same parties or those that are in privity with them are involved. There's no substantial change in the application itself or conditions surrounding the property. And I think that's what Mr. Levine was talking about in terms of testimony upcoming from Mr. McDonough, that there has to be an adjudication on the merits in the first case, which as I stated, there was. And both applications must involve, in essence, the same subject matter, right? And so those are the criteria for the board to determine, whether the same applications seek the same relief, and whether, based on that criteria, the second application is to be barred or not. And the case law provides that this Board of Adjustment is to make that determination in the first instance. As I think I stated the last time, there is case law that talks about the fact that where greater relief is requested in the second application, that it may be barred by res judicata. There's also case law that talks about where the second application seeks relief, which is entirely different and of lesser proportions than the first application, then res judicata may not be applicable. There's also some case law that talks about the fact that in certain cases where it's not so clear cut one way or another, that it may be advisable for the board to, get into the case beyond just the res judicata discussion and then come back to it, the issue, once more testimony has been provided, so that the board can make a full and informed decision as to whether the criteria that I just enunciated are met or, in as the case may be, not met. So, that's basically a primer as to the issues that the board, needs to think about as it's listening to the testimony, first from Mr. Lanzafama, and then the continuation testimony from Mr. McDonough with regard to, meeting, those, whatever I said, the 4 or 5 criteria that are relevant for determination as to whether res judicata applies in this case.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry, Craig. I just had a quick question on what Rob just described. Thank you so much for highlighting this. Just a quick question in terms of, you said this was a final determination when it was last presented in 2000, 2001 timeframe. Is there a time barred element to this, saying that if so many years pass, the same set of people with the same set of application can come back in? Because I didn't hear that as one of the criteria for making a determination one way or the other.
Chandra, the reason why I didn't mention that as one of the criteria is that I am not aware that it is one of the criteria. So I don't think, and I'm not aware of it. And of course, Mr. Levine, may disagree with me in whole or in part at the appropriate time. But at least as far as I'm aware, there is no case that says that res judicata doesn't apply if more than X years have passed, between the first application and the second application.
Thank you.
Yes, good question.
Any other question for Rob? Both had? Okay. So we started off last time with swearing Mr. McDonough as a planner, and he gave 3 rather philosophical answers as to why he felt that this was not res judicata, citing 2 cases, Sika and House of Fire, along with the difference of the application, which seemed to have turned into the same application at the end that was finally adjudicated upon. And of course, COVID and its related behavioral paradigm, which, as we know, our decisions run with the land. So I assure you there will be some other maybe potential pandemic that comes down the road. So obviously tonight we're looking for something a little bit more data driven. And I think you're on to the right path. So Mr. Levine, would you like to move forward?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could, Ms. Davitt, if you could invite Mike Lanzafama in.
Yeah, he's present. Is your mic on, Mike?
Yes, it is.
Okay, could you swear you in, please?
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in tonight's hearing to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. My name
Please
is
state.
Michael Lanzafama. That's Lanzafama. I'm a licensed professional engineer, land surveyor and planner, licensed in the state of New Jersey. I'm a principal with the firm of Casey and Keller Incorporated, 258 Main Street, Millburn, New Jersey. I've testified before this board on numerous occasions, and I was the engineer of record on the 2000 application that you've been referring to.
And in what capacity you'll be speaking today?
Engineering.
And your license is in good standing?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. As Mr. Levine pointed out, the purpose of my appearance this evening was to advise the board of the differences between the 2000 application and the current application. And I think the single most important element, besides some of the details of the site plan, was the simple fact that the original application was to create a house of worship within a residence. So it was a combined use of a single family residence and a house of worship. This application is solely for the house of worship. And having said that, the original building, which was the one located on tax lot 2, was to be retained and modified to provide for the single family residence and the house of worship. In this application, we're demolishing all of the existing structures on the subject property and constructing a completely new building in a different location than the prior application. In the original application, which was one issue which was of great concern, was that of parking. On the original application, we provided parking for 18 spaces. On the new application, we're providing for 25. There's also a proposal you'll hear from the various witnesses to secure off-site parking during the major holidays that the house of worship would require additional parking. So that you'll hear about. Obviously, there'll be no residents in this building, so there won't be any bedrooms, living room, dining room. Was somebody asking me a question? I'm sorry. Okay, I'll continue. And then as far as the—
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Mike Levine. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask a quick follow-up. You were commenting on the difference in the parking count that was proposed in 2001 versus today. It was 18 before and 25 today. And you also had testified about the dual use of the property that was proposed in 2001. Were any of those 18 parking spaces separately devoted to the proposed residential use and not identified as being delineated for the house of worship use?
Yes, there were spaces that would be allocated for the residents. There were at least 2 spaces that would have been allocated for the residents at that time.
Thank you, Mike. Just continue.
Okay, moving on to some of the bulk elements. For example, the location.
Mr. Lanzafama, can I ask a question? With regard to the bedrooms, can you just, if you recall, how many bedrooms were in the house that is now proposed to be removed?
There were 4 bedrooms. 4 bedrooms.
Thank you.
There was 4 bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, obviously kitchen and bathrooms. I don't have the number of bathrooms, but
now you answered the question. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to the physicality and the bulk standards that are being applied to this property as far as the location of the structure, coverage and things of that sort. The original building that was to be renovated and repurposed for both a residence and a house of worship had a front setback off of Millburn Avenue of 43.72 feet. The current building being proposed is set back 69.87 feet. So a considerable further distance from Millburn Avenue. The front setback from Bodwell Terrace was 39.16 feet. The current proposal would be 40 feet. The side yard setback on the subject property, it has two side yards, as being a corner lot. It has no rear yard. It has two side yards. A side yard relative to Millburn Avenue. On the original application, it was 39 feet, and under the new application, it's 75 feet. The side yard setback as it relates to Bodwell Terrace was 55 feet. The new setback would be 40 feet. Seating in the sanctuary on the original application was 45 seats. The new application is 135 seats. There were, in the original application, there was no storage rooms or lobbies or elevators because it was a single family home. Under the new building, the architecture is strictly as a house of worship. So it's ADA accessible, has an elevator, it has a basement with storage facilities, mechanical rooms. There'll be places for classrooms, offices, and other elements that are normally customary within a project such as this, as a house of worship. The building coverage under the original application, I just got to move back over to one. To get over to the zoning table here.
Mr. Lanzafama, what are you, when you're talking about the prior application, are you referring to the data that's contained in the, what I'll call the 2000 or 2001 plan that was recently submitted to the board?
Yes, what I'm referring to are our drawings that were prepared with the last revision date of October 12th, 2001. There were a complete set of drawings consisting of 5 sheets, cover sheet, survey, site plan, grading and drainage plan, and construction detail sheet. I can, if you share.
Yeah, I mean, it may be beneficial or
share the
helpful to the
screen.
board to share the screen. Mr. Levine, do you have a preference as to whether you would like us to mark the October 12th, 2001 plans? I know they've been submitted to the board.
No, I think for purposes of keeping our record clear, I have no objection to marking them for identification as applicants A1 with today's date. And I think they've been sufficiently described by Mr. Lanzafama.
Greg, can I make a comment?
Oh, please do.
And I know I'm really out of order, and I apologize for that. But Mike, it would be very helpful. I think we appreciate that it's a different building, it's in a different place. If you could, during the course of your testimony, clearly explain what variances are new for this application that were not on the last application, and what variances may not be in this application that were. Just so notwithstanding the fact that the building's in a different location and, front yard setback is different, just help us understand what are new variances or what are variances that are not in this application that were in the last. Thank you.
Okay, so that might be a good place to start then. let's first talk about, this is a conditional use within the R6 zone. And there are certain parameters that we must follow to be able to use the property as the conditional use of a house of worship. The first is that you need to have a minimum land area of 3 acres. The site is the same 8.41 acres as it was back in 2000 when the application was made. So there's no change in that variance request. The lot size is still less than that prescribed by the ordinance. Since that original application, there were changes made to the conditions of the conditional use. For example, the required setback was increased to 100 feet for the front setback from both Bodwell and Millburn Avenue. When we presented this application back in 2000, basically the bulk standards that were to be applied were those of the R6 zone. So at that time, the front setback requirement was 40 feet. Since that time, the front setback requirement has changed to 100 feet. And the variance we're seeking under the current application is the front yard setback from Millburn Avenue, as I had stated, is 69.87 feet. And the front setback from Bodwell Terrace is 40 feet. And under the original application, it was 43.72 feet and 39.16 feet respectively. So the building has moved further back from the original submission, but it didn't require a variance at that time, but now requires a variance under the new application for its current position. As to the side yard setback, the minimum requirement would be 40 feet. Under the original application, it was only 12 feet. So under the current application, the requirement is 40 feet. We are compliant with both side yard setbacks from the side yard relative to Bodwell Terrace, which is at 40 feet, and the side yard setback from, as perceived from Millburn Avenue, which is 74.9 feet. The coverage under the original application was to be, this was the building coverage. Allowable was 18%, and the proposal was for 9% or 3,305 square feet. Under the current application, the allowable building coverage is 23%. And what we are proposing is for building coverage is 4,324 square feet. So the building is somewhat larger than the originally proposed structure.
Mr. Lanzafama, what's that percentage?
That percentage is 11.74%. So we are not seeking a variance for building coverage.
What is the required building coverage percentage?
23%. So we're significantly less than what's permitted. The lot coverage under the current ordinance is 45% maximum. It was the same during the 2000 application. And under that application, we were 13,594 square feet or 37.1%. And under the current application, we're 16,274 square feet or 44.19%. So we are somewhat higher. But those are the primary differences, is the fact that it's a new structure, not a repurposing of the existing structure, increased parking capacity to help better support the use on the property. not having the two uses, and just the aesthetic improvements of the site. It's a similar landscaping plan, but I think we took it to another level between the two projects. We provided substantially more screening along Bodwell Terrace and the common property lines. There were some differences in the grading plans. For example, in the northwest corner of the property, that up in this corner of the property, we had a retaining wall that ran parallel to the residential properties. The cemetery is to the west. And that wall was as high as 6.5 feet. And one of the reasons for the denial was the fact that there was a high retaining wall in that area. Under the current plan, that wall is substantially less. As a matter of fact, there's no retaining wall along the common property line with the residential property, but we still have a lesser retaining wall along the cemetery property. I could show you that on our current plan. This is our current plan that's being proposed. This
Can
is
you
sheet.
can you just identify the sheet? and
Yeah,
the date,
it's sheet
please?
5, the grading, drainage, and erosion control plan with a date of, it looks like January 27, 2020. I believe that's the date of the plan submitted. And you can see when you toggle between the two plans, the substantial difference in the retaining wall. There is no retaining wall that runs along that northerly boundary line any longer, other than a small notch that makes for the transition that's needed. And that wall is substantially less in height. It's only about 3 feet high or 4 feet high at its worst point, rather than 6.5 feet high. So as far as stormwater management goes, there's somewhat different plan with regard to dry wells. We have 4 dry wells on the current plan. On the original plan, there was, get over to that plan. These older drawings are a little bit more difficult to manage. We had a dry well system located towards the center of the property. The new plan puts it more at the intersection of Bodwell Terrace, and there's increased volume associated with that, meeting the current day standards for stormwater management. And that's primarily the major differences. Yes, Rob?
Mr. Lonzavama, with regard to the what I'll call the old stormwater system, can you just describe what the different, besides the location being at the center of the property, what else is the difference between the stormwater systems, if you can?
The
elaborate
older
on that.
stormwater system had 3 dry wells in a smaller area of stone, so it had a much less volume storage capacity. The current plan has 4 storage chambers, 4 dry wells, in a much larger stone bed that's roughly 16 by 52 feet in size.
Mike, with that being the case, would there be any anticipated differences in terms of either the volume of stormwater leaving the site, or the velocity and with the quality of that stormwater? Would there be any differences with regard to those aspects, or no?
There wouldn't be any difference in the velocity necessarily, because everything is piped underground. But what you would see is a decrease in peak runoff rates. This newer system, even though we have a slightly more impervious area, you're actually seeing lesser peak runoff rates.
And also, if I may, just Mr. Zai, I'm not trying to get into the substance of the engineering aspects of the current application, but I just want to point something out with regard to our current plan that's up now, just so that the board doesn't get a mistaken impression. Mike, on the current plan, above the proposed house of worship there, that horizontal strip where lot 13 happens to sit, that label appears as though it's a second permanent access to Bodwell Terrace. Can you just clarify whether or not that's in fact what's currently proposed?
What it is emergency access should it be necessary for the fire or emergency vehicles to gain access. And for some reason, the driveway to Millburn Avenue was blocked. We have a second means of egress for emergency vehicles. This also provides for pedestrian access to the synagogue as well.
Mr. Lanzafama, could you speak to the actual parking deviation, not the number of spots, but now the deviation that's required based on the current proposed building?
Okay, yes, there was some confusion in our, in the original submission as to the number of seats in the synagogue. I believe on the original plan, there was an amendment to that plan that indicated, let me get to that. Okay. Let me just blow this up just a bit. There we go. Okay. So the parking demand is based upon the number of seats. There's 132 seats projected in the synagogue, and the parking requirement under your zoning code is 1 space for every 3 seats, or 44 parking spaces. And under your ordinance, there are 2 criteria, 2 metrics that we have to look at. One is the number of seats, and the second is the overall square footage of the building, the floor area, if you would. And the floor area of the building is 10,374 square feet. And the requirement is 5 spaces for every 1,000 square feet, or 52 spaces. So you take the greater of the 2. So the parking demand under your code is 52 spaces. We're providing for 25. So that's a variance of 27 spaces.
And what was the previous application?
That's where I was just going. Let me get up to the. Here we go. Get that larger. So the way this was set up, it had, the requirement was 15 spaces for the 45 seats. That's 1 per 3, plus the residential. And so there was a parking variance was actually not being requested because there was sufficient parking based upon the current, based upon the parking criteria at the time. There was not that requirement at the time to base the parking on the 2 metrics. It was simply the number of seats in the sanctuary. As well as
And Michael, is the parking variance a bulk variance, or is it a D3 variance in the sense that it doesn't comply with one of the express conditional use standards?
That was a bulk variance, at that time. And currently, the conditions of the conditional use don't list the number of parking spaces. They don't set that as a criteria. What they do set certain issues with regard to parking setbacks and things of that sort, but not the number of parking spaces.
I'd like to ask a question.
Sure, feel free.
Thanks. Mr. Lanzafama, I just like to, I'm still not clear, I guess, about Steve Toger's original question or point. And I think if I understood it correctly, what he was asking, so you've given a lot of detail about, the size of the buildings change and now, and the seats, and this number of spaces was needed before this number, these kinds of things. But what I still don't understand is the variances themselves. Steve asked which ones, have gone away from the last application and which ones are new. And I think I heard that there's one new one, and I'm not sure if any went away. Is that, can you just clarify that point
Sure.
for me, please?
Also,
right.
I would add which ones you've exacerbated.
Sure. Let me start with the threshold that we need to realize is that there has been a change in your zoning code with regard to the conditional use. So at the time the original application was made, the variance that was being sought was the fact that we had an undersized lot. The conditional use required a 3-acre parcel. We had a parcel that was 0.841 acres in size.
And still do, correct?
That is still the same.
Okay.
Okay. All of the other bulk
Can I ask,
standards.
actually, I'm sorry. Just with regard to the size of the lot, Mr. Lanzafama, it seems that the data is different from the 2001 plan to the current plan. Is there a reason for that?
No, I don't know why there's that slight difference. There's
Yeah,
a
okay.
slight difference of
Mhm.
160 square feet. Why, I don't know.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is, from our
It's-
records, it's 0.841 acres. I don't believe that's changed. That is the same, based upon the information I have currently.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
That's quite all right. So when you look at what I currently have on the screen is the zoning table for the conditional use for the year 2000. And as you can see, there's the minimum lot width, lot depth, front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks. There is also building coverage and lot coverage. So those were the criterias that existed at the time. And as you can see from the zoning table, we met all of that criteria. We met the zoning standard with regard to lot width, lot depth, front yard setback, side yard setback, combined side yard setback. At the time, we had a rear yard setback. Building coverage was compliant. Lot coverage was compliant. Parking, according to the standard at the time, was also compliant. 18 parking spaces would have been required, and we had provided 18 parking spaces. So going to the current standard, the conditions of the conditional use, the size of the lot required has not changed. That is the same at 3 acres. The requirement that we front on and have access to a primary street such as Millburn Avenue, we comply with. The minimum lot frontage of 200 feet, we still comply with that. However, the front yard setback has now increased to 100 feet. So this would be a new variance that wasn't sought at the time of the original application. The front yard setback.
Nick,
from
I'm
Millburn
sorry, but
Avenue-
I'm sorry, but just to clarify, when you say wasn't sought because it wasn't required at that time. right?
That's correct. It wasn't sought because it wasn't required. 100 feet is currently required. We're at 69.87 feet. The setback from Bodwell. At that time, we did require a setback variance because it was an existing non-conforming condition because we were utilizing the same structure. Currently, the required setback is 100 feet. We are at 40 feet. The requirement for the side yard is 40 feet. And that is both as viewed from Millburn Avenue as well as Bodwell. And we are compliant with both of those standards, 74.9 feet as you view the property from Millburn Avenue, 40 feet as you view the property from Bodwell Terrace. There's no requirement for combined side yard, which there was a requirement at the time, which we were compliant with. Their rear yard setback, it's not applicable because we are a corner lot. Rear yard unoccupied is not applicable because we are a corner lot. There is a residential buffer requirement that exists now that did not exist at that time. And that buffer is to the parking area. We are set at 7.9 feet, which is a variance. And the minimum parking setback from the property line is 20 feet. And we are at 7.9 feet as well, also seeking a variance. So these are new variances not sought under the original application. The building height is compliant. The building coverage standard has not changed, and we are still compliant. The floor area ratio has not changed, and we're still compliant. The lot coverage standard has not changed, and we are compliant with that. Front yard coverage, there's no standard for that. Front yard coverage as you view from Bodwell. So there's no requirement for that. But we have the metrics there and available to you under the original application. I believe I don't even think that was calculated under the original application. Then finally, the parking. Finally, there's the parking. We were not seeking a parking variance under the original application. We're seeking a parking variance of 27 spaces under the current application.
And why is that, Mike? Why was there no parking variance in the first application?
Because there were lesser seats in the sanctuary.
I see. Okay. So I'm gonna say what I just heard, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I guess what I heard is that there are no variances that were requested previously that have gone away. And there are 4 new variances requested, 3 of which are because of changes in the zoning ordinance, and 1 that is a change because of the size and number of seats required. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
So would you say you're exacerbating the condition of parking?
Well, we are providing additional spaces on site, but you'll also hear testimony about efforts made to provide for parking off-site.
And
Mike,
Mike,
was that part of the testimony back in 2001? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Michael.
Was that, do you recall if that was part of the applicant's testimony in the 2001 application, the possibility of providing off-site parking to supplement as needed the parking that was provided on-site?
I believe there was some indication that they would attempt to do that.
Okay.
and Mike, what is the lot size requirement for a house of worship?
3 acres.
Okay, and that was the same in the prior application as it is in this application.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Rob, Simon, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
It's a tough one.
Then the answer is no.
So,
All right, go ahead.
in the application we had just prior, we denied the swimming pool, right? Is there, just without specifics, is it possible that applicant could come back, and I'm not equating the swimming pool and the house of worship, right? I'm not doing that, but are there circumstances under which that applicant could come back and apply for a swimming pool again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, they cannot come back with the same application. But they could come back with an application that the board could find would constitute a substantial change in that application, and therefore res judicata would not apply.
Okay. Thank you.
So where I'm getting hung up here is a substantial change is that the building's bigger and parking requirements higher on its face. So how's this not making it worse? I mean, I realize you're talking about remedies and off-site parking, but the condition still exists on the property.
I believe that where a circumstance of the first application is being exacerbated I think the burden falls on the applicant with regard to the criteria for determining whether res judicata applies, to take that into consideration in presenting their argument and their proofs as to why, based on the totality of the application, it doesn't qualify to trigger res judicata. So for example, and I don't want to give a silly example, but if the intensity of the use in some regard is being exacerbated, intensified, but there may be other aspects of the use that are an improvement over what was originally proposed in terms of whether it's setbacks or other, issues that the applicant is faced with in presenting their application, the board, could in essence perform some form of balancing and determine overall whether there is a substantial change. As I stated, there is case law that talks about the fact that when you're, in essence, making something worse, then you can't argue, well, it's different, so therefore res judicata doesn't apply. So if your setback is 5 feet, and then you present application number 2, and it's the exact same application, but the setback is now 2 feet, you can't say, well, it's substantially different here, so therefore res judicata doesn't apply. I made it different. And I think the case law plays out that doesn't, get you out of res judicata just because there was a quote unquote change, if the change actually made things worse than the reason, for example, why the application was denied in the first place. But I think there has to be a balancing. You have to look at the entire proposal.
Right, when you go from 45 seats to 135 seats and the associated parking requirements with that, I mean, that's a substantial enhancement of the deviation.
The board needs to assess that, as well as the other aspects of the differences, if any, between the first application and the second application. Correct.
Unless Mr. Lanzafama, are you finished this, or do you have more testimony you'd like to give?
No,
Okay, thank you.
that's pretty much summarizes the changes in the zoning and the variances we are seeking.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Lanzafama from board members? Then I will open it up to the audience. Now, these are questions only of Mr. Lanzafama. There are no comments at this point. As I stated earlier, the comments will be permitted at the end of all of the testimony if we proceed with this case. So in that case, if you have questions, please raise your hand and we will take you one at a time. I see Mr. Jack Gordon's hand is up, so we will bring you over first. Mr. Gordon, if you could turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Eric, do you need to re-swear this witness? Or no, he's asking a question, so.
I'm only asking questions. Let me see if I can start
Nice
my
camera.
There we go. Okay, good. All right. I've heard several of the people speaking tonight, including counsel for the planning. But let me just first introduce myself again. My name is Jack Gordon, 27 Bodwell. I'm an attorney. I've served on the Roseland Planning Board for 20 years. In fact, Mr. Lanzafama has appeared before my board on more than one occasion, most recently in connection with the gardens at Roseland. But we're talking about this being the second application. And in reality, Mr. Lonzo.
Mr. Gordon, before we continue here, are you stated that you're an attorney. Are you representing anyone in connection with this application, or are you just appearing on your own?
I'm appearing on behalf of the title holders of 27 Bodwell Terrace, my wife, Anna Klashelsky Gordon, who is a teacher at Millburn High, and myself.
Thank you.
Well, sorry, Mr. Simon, could we just identify for the record who the title holders of that address are? Is it Mr. Gordon or is it somebody else?
The title holders of that property are Jack Allen Gordon and Anna Klashelsky Gordon.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed with your question.
Sure, Mr. Lanzafama, isn't it true that this is not just the second, but in reality, the third application for combining the properties at 437 and 439 Millburn Ave?
I think I've been involved in two. I don't remember the third one.
Well, if you, in the application package, which is before this board, on pages 32 to 34, if you're not familiar with it, in September of 1994, Samuel Bogomilsky, on behalf of this same applicant, the High Center, was denied permission by the planning board to merge those two properties. And the planning board made a finding that, and I am quoting, to merge the two properties would be inconsistent with the residential character of the neighborhood. Are you familiar with that?
No, I don't recall that
Okay.
application.
And now you're talking about not just combining 437 and 439, but also adding 7 Bodwell to it, which is what was done back in 2011 and denied. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Do you mean 2001?
2001.
2001. Actually, the decision, which appears in the application package at pages, let me see, 12 through 31, after 9 hearings by volunteers giving up their evenings to listen to the applicant, it was denied. You can't merge these properties. You can't merge the three. And when you do, you're still limited to the reality of the physical space, which is the 0.84 acres. When back 20 years ago and back 30 years ago, it was still a requirement in the borough of Millburn in the R6 zone for a house of worship to have at least 3 acres of land. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I thought there were some very probing questions by Mr. Topher about what was exacerbated in connection with this application as opposed or contrasted with the 2 prior applications. One being the side yard setbacks. Yes, there was a change in the law, but the side yard is now being exacerbated. Is that not true?
The front yard setback is what you're referring to, and the side yard. Yes, you're correct. They were both.
I was going to
Both
get
were
to the
changed.
front yard, but all right, fine. And then with respect to the change in the use of the property to raise 2 of the improvements on that property and to build a large house of worship with over 130 seats, your application said that you needed 100 parking spaces. You're now taking the position that you need 52. Is that correct?
That's correct. There was an error on our part on the initial submission. We made a correction to the zoning table and submitted amended plans to the zoning department for use in this hearing.
But still, you are at less than 50% of the parking capacity that is required for this proposed use. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then with respect to your lot coverage, that's exacerbated by this application because you're raising these two buildings, but you're putting up a much larger building. Is that not fair to say?
We are increasing the impervious coverage through the building and the parking area, but we're also providing mitigating efforts in additional stormwater management. That was not part of the original application in 2001.
Fair enough. So to put it another way, what you're doing is you're increasing the impervious coverage on this proposed combined lot by more than 25% in a town with major flooding issues. True or false?
We are increasing the impervious coverage. However, we're not violating the maximum allowable coverage permitted by the ordinance.
Well, it's actually in excess of what's permitted by the ordinance.
No, that's not correct. The ordinance permits 45% lot coverage. We're at 44.19%.
Fair enough. So the admitted intent of this use with so few parking spaces is to park cars on Baldwell Terrace during services when the congregation at High Center is in full bloom.
No, there's no testimony to that effect.
Well, it appears in the stormwater management report, since we're talking about impervious coverage and the like, and you just testified not more than 5 minutes ago that for emergency vehicle access, you're going to have some kind of a way through open brick or some other structure from Baldwell Terrace to the High Center that you propose for an ambulance or something to pass through. But that's not what the stormwater management report says, is it?
One has nothing to do with the other. You're confusing things. First of all, the emergency access is to provide a better means for emergency vehicles to get to the site, should there be a requirement. We're utilizing grass pavers, which help absorb water rather than having a paved driveway that would add to the additional runoff from the site. Has nothing to do with people parking on Baldwell Terrace. And as far as the stormwater management report goes, it addresses the increase in impervious coverage on the site. I don't believe it talks about emergency access.
Well, then it talks not only about emergency access, but more importantly for residents of Baldwell Terrace who have their kids on a dead-end street that doesn't normally experience great traffic, an admission that the purpose, or at least one of the purposes of having this access, is so that cars that park on Baldwell Terrace with an intent to go to the temple and get there without having to walk around the block. So it is clear, I think,
that's not.
hope you can agree, that your applicant is intending to use Baldwell Terrace as a parking garage for the High Center. And that's totally unacceptable. And it was addressed back in
Mr. Gordon, there hasn't been any testimony to that. And I would like you to keep to your phrasing as a question if you could.
Okay. One of the things that you didn't mention, Mr. Lanzafama, with respect to the variances and the exacerbation of the variances, is with respect to lighting. Can you address that to the board, please?
I'll take a look at the lighting plan. I believe we were compliant. I think there was some question about in Ms. Callahan's memorandum, if I'm not mistaken. And let me see if I can find it. Lighting. Yeah, there was a request for a waiver. What the average foot candle of 1.3 foot candles where 1 foot candle is permitted. We're talking about a 0.3 foot candle average over the site is really minimal and insignificant, and just provides for adequate lighting, is not going to provide any glare or impact on adjoining properties. There's no light spillage onto adjoining properties, but we are seeking, that's a design waiver, not an additional variance.
Right, so actually the design waiver is at 2.6 foot candles for the bleed when only 1 is required. It's actually about 3 times brighter than permitted. Isn't that right?
No, that's not correct.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, it seems as though we're kind of going beyond the.
Yeah, we're on the scope,
of the
right.
raised-
What I'm driving at to go up 30,000 feet is that this applicant applied in 1994 before the planning board to combine 437 and 439. And the planning board determined that it was inconsistent with the residential character of the neighborhood. Then in 2001, this same board, the zoning board, listened to 8 nights of testimony where the applicant was seeking this less variances than are currently being sought. And they took pains to write a 21-page decision denying the application on the grounds that there was inadequate buffering, inadequate parking, and the proposed application presented a substantial detrimental impact to the public good. These are findings that are in the package that's before this board. That's finding 5.4 and 5.5. And in addition, the same board found that permitting a house of worship in a residential zone on a 0.84 acre lot would represent, and I'm quoting, a substantial impairment to the zone plan and zoning ordinance because of the minimum lot size, close quote, of 3 acres. And that's a finding that this board made.
Mr. Gordon, I understand what you're saying.
5.6.
I understand what you're saying, and I hear you loud and clear. Like I said, we're keeping this to the questioning of Mr. Lanzafama and his testimony at this point. But I do appreciate your comment. Do you have any further questions for Mr. Lanzafama?
Yes, why is the steep slope disturbance more than 6 times what is permitted that you're applying for?
The site itself, the front lawn area, if you would, from Millburn Avenue up to the buildings is considered steep slopes under your ordinance. And it's required for us to gain access to the site from Millburn Avenue. And to do that, we need to create a driveway access that is at an appropriate grade and appropriate width for 2 cars to pass. So that results in the disturbance of that front lawn area. What is important to consider, and this kind of gets away from the res judicata question, but it goes into the proofs later on, is the fact that these are not natural slopes. And the steep slope ordinance was designed to protect slopes in their natural environment. These slopes were created to construct the homes along Millburn Avenue many, many years ago when the homes were initially constructed.
And lastly, the residential buffer that didn't exist 20 years ago exists now. And is it safe to say that your proposal is less than 33% of what is required for the residential buffer on Bodwell?
The setback violation occurs at a point at which the parking area approaches the very westerly edge of the adjoining property and immediately pulls away from the property. So as you move towards Bodwell Terrace, the entire development, including the emergency access, is considerably more than the 25 feet. And our landscaping plan does provide for a substantial amount of buffering. So in our minds, we believe that we have actually met the intent of the ordinance by providing the necessary screening and separation to the adjoining property.
It's still a violation of more than 33% of the existing code.
At that one point, yes.
I have nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Next, we have Solomon Lama with hand raised. If you'd like to come over. Your question. If anyone else has any other questions in the audience, please raise your hand.
Sorry.
Nope. We cannot hear you if you're talking.
Okay, how's that?
Gotcha.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
My name is Solomon Lama from 438 Millburn Avenue. I am directly across the street from the proposed site. My question is regarding regarding one of the new variances, which is the parking. I do live across the street from Millburn Avenue. As you testified, Langazana, that there's a very steep grade there and the parking lot is elevated compared to my property. Has the lighting been considered in terms of spillage to my property? I have recently petitioned and asked for the township, for example, to change the light bulbs in the street just across the street from me because they were changed to LEDs and very high light. Went right into my window. I'm concerned that same thing would happen, but my question is, has that been taken into consideration? Are there trees there? I'm looking at the plans, I can't tell. In the previous application, there was a building between my property and parking lot. In this plan, I would be able to see the parking lot from my bedroom window. So that's my question.
There has been an extensive amount of landscaping being proposed along Millburn Avenue. We've created like a terraced wall that would provide for hedges and large evergreen trees, as well as shade trees in and along Millburn Avenue. The light fixtures themselves are directed downward. We did a detailed lighting analysis, which is, if you have the plans.
I apologize for interrupting. I apologize. My question specifically because my property is significantly lower than the parking lot deck.
I understand your question.
Folks, I think we're getting a little off track here. Okay, this is the lighting is not something that's open for debate right now. Okay, so if you have questions regarding the testimony that Mr. Lanzafama gave and regarding to the variances sought versus the variances that were previously sought and whether or not it applies, try to keep it on point to that, because right now, light spillage, we haven't gone down that road.
I appreciate that, but the variance directly affects that light spillage. That light was not there in the previous application. It is part of that variance by its very nature. So that's my concern. I was not, this is a new concern for me that I was not concerned about in 2001 when I appeared before this board. So again, I live across the street from this center, proposed site, from the lot. It has been overlooked by the applicant time and time again. It says that they say that it's across the street from the high school, and I appreciate, I'm going to be brief. That's all I wanted to know. Has the height differential been taken consideration? That's my only question. I don't want to hear about shrubs. Shrubs are not going to do it. I want to hear about substantial blockage. That's all.
Yes, it's been taken into effect. The lighting analysis we performed shows no spillage in that direction.
Anything further, Mr. Lama?
No, thank you.
Sure. Next up, we have Samir Navani. Your question for Mr. Lanzafama.
Hi there. Just a question is the 27 additional parking spots. I'm sorry if I missed it, but what's the proposal? Where are they going to be sought at, on Bardwell Terrace, or where exactly will those 27 additional parking spots be located at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand your question.
So I believe there is a variance of 27 parking spots because the requirement is 52, you have 25. I believe you'll need 27 additional parking spots. So
Yes, that's correct.
the question is, where will those 27 parking spots be sorted? I mean, where will those be located?
Mr. Chairman, we'd be very happy to provide that testimony if we're given an opportunity to present the substance of our application. I can assure the members of the public that it's not proposed to be on any public streets.
I agree. We will get to, if this application proceeds, we will get to where the parking will be located and how it plans to be accommodated. So at this point, we're going to move on. Any other questions you have regarding the testimony that has already been given?
That's about it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Yasir Imtiaz. Next up. Hello. What question do you have for Mr. Lanzafama regarding his testimony so far?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question is three questions. Can you confirm if as per the existing zoning board requirement, the minimum lot size for such kind of like a plans is 3 acres?
3 acres is the minimum land area required.
And you are asking for 0.841 acre piece of land for this purpose, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So simple math says that all the requirements that you have as per the zoning board requirements, that's with reference to the minimum 3 acres lot requirement. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that question.
Okay. So if, and I'm making up a number, if the zoning board requirement is that you cannot have a building taller than 50 feet on a 3 acre land, that is with reference to the 3 acre land, right?
Yes.
Okay. So all the variances that you are asking for really is that, and sorry, before I ask this question, the 3 acre requirement is, and all the other conditions for the building size and the variances from the front yard, backyard, the elevation, everything, that's with reference to the 3 acres piece of land. And there is a condition of and. It's not a or, 3 acres or other condition. It's an and condition, right? The condition is and. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm still not following your question.
I don't understand where you're going with this.
I think,
I
think what the questioner is getting at is that the conditional use standards that are set forth in the ordinance are based on a conforming 3 acre lot. And I think the point he's trying to make is that because the lot is less than 3 acres, that the deviation is all the more intensified because it's an undersized lot. Is that your point, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you. That's exactly. So basically, whole of your application is, in my view, prima facie, it's defective because you are not.
Mr.
meeting
Chairman,
that
we're
first-
we're not getting into comments tonight. It's questions only.
Okay,
And-
that was my question, which Rob, thank you very much
Okay.
for explaining on my behalf.
Sure, thank you. Any further questions from the audience? Okay, so lastly, anything else for Mr. Lanzafama from the board? Any questions you have before we move on? Mr. Levine, do you have anyone else you want to bring forward on this matter?
Do we show John McDonough in our room yet?
Yeah, we do. He's there.
So John McDonough is the other witness.
Okay. How are you this evening, Mr. McDonough?
Good. Hi, Mr. Chairman. Hi, everyone.
We heard your credentials previously, which were accepted by the board. So, Mr. Levine, your witness.
Mr. McDonough, you remain sworn.
So noted.
So, John, Mike Lanzafama just provided some fairly extensive testimony with regard to the details of the site plan that was proposed for the board's approval in 2001 and the current site plan that's submitted as part of our application, focusing primarily on the development proposed for the site. But another element to be evaluated and considered with regard to applying the doctrine of res judicata is the extent to which conditions in the neighborhood and the surrounding area might have changed or evolved since the time of the initial application. Are you familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any opinion as to whether or not there have been any changes in the nature of the use and development in the surrounding area over the past 2 decades that would render this application not barred by res judicata, but worthy of the board's renewed consideration in light of those circumstances?
Yes, I do.
And could you share those opinions with the board, please?
Sure thing. There are substantial change circumstances in the condition and character of the neighborhood, which has changed since 2001. Again, a significant intensification of property use in the area adjacent to where the center is being proposed. And we'll go through each one of them individually, but number one, a mausoleum has been constructed adjacent to the center lot. Sometime around 2002, which would post into 2001 application that was before the board. We also know that Millburn High School has been.
Wait. Mr. McDonough, if you're talking about a mausoleum that was constructed in 2002, where was that constructed?
Oh, it was completed on the lot that was adjacent to the Kai Center.
Do you know what lot that is?
I can get that by the time we're done, Mr. Simon.
It's the St. Stephen's Church Cemetery.
Thank you.
So it's immediately west of the subject property if you look at Mike's plan.
Right. So you're saying, go back, you said the mausoleum that was constructed as an intensification of use, you're saying?
Yes, and that's what I'm going to give the board is some examples of intensification of use around the subject site. Number two, Millburn High School has been expanded at least twice. The enrollment is at least 60% higher than it was in 2001. A significant portion of the parking lot has been replaced with a second high school gym. The athletic fields are more intensely used. And since the high school parking lot was significantly reduced in size, some of the overflow parking may be on Bodwell Terrace. So again, another change circumstance in terms of the intensification of property in the area adjacent to the center. Additionally, the Washington School on the same campus as the high school has been converted from a small state school for handicapped children to a 5th grade academy for the entire township. There has been a significant increase in the number of children attending the school as well. Number 4, a turf
And
field.
how far away is that school? How far away is that school from his property, would you say?
I can get that for you, Mr. Chairman. I can get the exact dimension before I'm done here.
Please do,
I'll just
thank you.
do it. Number 4 is a turf field has been installed with additional lighting on the high school field opposite the center. The high school athletic fields are used more intensely now, especially on nights and weekends, reflecting the increase in the number of township students. Number 6, the former Wells Fargo property near Kai Center will be redeveloped into approximately 50 to 60 residential units. And I believe that formal approval has been given in that regard by the township.
Mr. McDonough, how many residential units?
50 to 60, 50 to 60.
50 to 60.
Correct.
53 units.
Okay. Next, the former Chanticleer property on the property directly across from the proposed center was redeveloped into approximately 30 townhomes several years ago. And then I remember this one firsthand because I worked on it, the abandoned Saks property, which is approximately 1/3 of a mile away on Millburn Avenue from the proposed center, is currently being redeveloped. And when that is completed, will be approximately 200 housing units. We know that although that property actually falls predominantly within Springfield Township, the access points are through Millburn onto Millburn Avenue. And then lastly, what we call in planning, a complete streets project was constructed a few years ago on Millburn Avenue, just a few blocks from the center site. The goal of this project was to, put forth traffic calming by removing one lane of traffic, adding bump outs, adding a new street, and widening the sidewalks and traffic islands. And I think all of those contribute to the changed characteristic of the area since the time of the 2001 approval. And that goes above and beyond the testimony that I gave to last time as to change circumstances with respect to the site itself and events since then.
How does all that pertain to this site?
Well, again, the nature and the characteristic of the area has intensified from that which was previously associated with the surroundings of the property back in 2001.
And with this intensification, what comes along with it?
Well, to the concerns, to the extent that the prior denial was concerned about potential impact to the characteristic of the area, again, we have clearly seen a transformation of the characteristic of the area with all of these other new uses that have come online since that time.
Okay, Mr. Levine, anything else?
No, I don't think I have any further follow-up questions for Mr. McDonough at this point.
Does the board have any? Go ahead, Rob.
Mr. McDonough, in terms of your statement that there was a transformation in the character of the area, how is the transformation, I'm going to put it a little differently than the way the chairman phrased it. How does the transformation of the character go specifically to the conditions surrounding the property that would take us out of the applicability of res judicata?
Good question. Again, whenever we look at the doctrine of res judicata, we look at changes, whether the board is hearing the same application twice. And those examples that I just gave you, those facts that I just gave you, all point to the influences on this site as compared to 2001 and the influences on the greater neighborhood The key point being that the area has intensified and is more accommodating to a development of this nature than it may have been back in 2001.
And why would you say that?
Again, because then back at that time, there were concerns about impact on the residential character of the neighborhood. And now there are these other uses here, more intensity associated with the school, more intensity associated with redevelopment of the old Saks property. Just a higher intensity of use in the surrounding area than that which was previously there.
So would there be a high intensity of traffic and pedestrians and that type of thing? Is that?
Yes, activity and the like. The neighborhood is different than it was back in 2001.
Busier, more intense use, a lot
Yes.
more traffic, a lot more people around.
Correct.
Okay,
Just an observation, if I could add.
please.
Everything that you mentioned actually here, except the first point, the mausoleum, which was built right next door on the west side of the property, is actually in line with the residential nature of developments in and around the area. And that goes with the character of the very reason why your application was denied. Just making that point.
If I can ask, Mr. McDonough, if I can ask a question of you, would you say, are you then further saying that the neighborhood, the neighborhood aspect of Boswell Terrace, that has somehow been altered through these developments that you mentioned? That
Yes,
it's less neighborhoody or it's less residential than it was at the time of the last application?
Less residential and a more active area than it was 20 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
John, and you speak of residential from a planner's standpoint. Would there be a difference in impact or intensity? Not looking just at residential versus, let's say, retail or commercial, but single family residential versus multifamily residential, in terms of creating what would be a significant difference in terms of the nature of the neighborhood?
Yes, I think what you're saying, Michael, is, again, these are influences that, again, to the extent that back in 2001, we were dealing with more of a purely single-family residential neighborhood, there are clearly now other types of uses here that are different than single-family, that would have influence on Bodwell.
Is it your understanding that the nature of the changed neighborhood or changed circumstances that it's appropriate to look at for purposes of making a res judicata evaluation are limited to the streets that are immediately adjacent to the subject property, and it's not reasonable to consider, certainly not across town, but a slightly larger radius of influence than just the immediately contiguous properties and adjacent streets?
Yes. Context certainly doesn't have a fixed limit. There's a reasonable limit that will vary from each application. And here, those projects that I've given you are within reasonable range to provide some context for the board.
Now, the projects that you mentioned, are any of them complete with the exception of the Enclave?
No, well, the school has undergone expansion. My notes say at least twice. Again, I know the old, I still call it the Stop and Shop site, but the old,
Actually, the old Saks site.
the old Saks site, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, is underway and is part of your, I think, affordable housing plan. So I'd say it's solid in terms of coming online.
Well, that site's actually not a Millburn site. It's a Springfield site. So it really we have no governance over that whatsoever, over what's built there.
Right, except the access points.
That's it. But as for what's developed on the lot is outside our purview.
Right.
So essentially, this change you're talking about, not a lot of it's happened yet. With the exception of the school, which is servicing the township.
The factual answer is yes, it has not happened. But again, it is something that is realistic.
Well, of course, the
The change-
mausoleum's built, but those people are dead, so I don't know if they're going to put a
The
huge.
change is
impact on the area.
realistic.
So is intensification of use a good thing?
Well, like, if we look at the influences of an area in establishing the character of the area. Certainly, in terms of changed circumstances, I don't think we look at whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I just think we look at whether there's been a change in the influences on this particular site and the neighborhood.
Well, you're using your changes as justification for not being res judicata. So assuming that you feel that's a beneficial result to your application, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So is the increasing the intensity of use on properties surrounding the area beneficial?
It helps the application blend more with the surroundings.
So
Because the
increasing
surroundings
intensity
are-
of use behests more increasing intensity of use?
Well, certainly it is going to be the applicant's burden to prove that the intensification of the site is not overburdening the area. But the fact that there are intensification influences on the site, I think that's something the board can give some credence to in terms of giving this application a second look from a res judicata standpoint. It's not the same neighborhood it was back 20 years ago. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, the intensity of use has increased significantly, as you pointed out.
Yes, yes.
Steve?
Mr. Chairman, I just thought you'd like to know Google Maps has 437 Millburn as 2 miles away from the Washington School.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've been trying to get over to that screen.
No problem.
Anything else, Mr. McDonough?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask him just one more follow-up, please?
Sure, please do.
John, this notion of intensity of use and whether it's good or bad, or whether it should be added to or stopped, could you comment on that in light of smart growth principles that have been, enshrined in state law here in New Jersey, and as well as state policy in terms of where to guide future development, existing developed areas as opposed to green fields and less developed areas. I'm just, from a planning standpoint, is it necessarily considered poor planning or a bad thing to take an area with existing or intense development and further intensify it? Is that always a negative?
No, it's not. In fact, if you want to take it back to the state plan, PA1 is the highest targeted growth area in the state. That's our core. That's what makes these towns special, is where the infrastructure and transportation amenities are already in place. It's where the state wants to redirect the population as opposed to the fringe. And I think the fact that there has been, I'll say, intensification of the area that has come online or is contemplated coming online lends credence to the fact that there is capacity in the area to accommodate that intensification. Again, by virtue of the amenities that are in place, the road systems, the infrastructure, and the like. So smart growth recognizes that growth is inevitable in any progressive community. Towns don't stand still. They move forward to accommodate and serve their population. And we put the word smart in front of it because, of course, it has to be responsive and context sensitive. And all I'm trying to say here is because the context has changed, it's worth another look in terms of how that intensification responds to the area.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. McDonough? Go ahead, Mr. Simon.
Mr. McDonough, are you aware of any rezoning in the area in question from one use to another use?
I'm not aware.
Okay, nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else on the board before I open it up to the public? Okay, so once again, these are questions for Mr. McDonough and his testimony. Okay, no statements will be taken at this time. First up, we have 952310. If you could please unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
So my name is Sergey Karalov. I live at 11 Bodwell Terrace, and I'm a title holder there.
Wait. Can you just spell your name? Say your name slower and spell it.
Yes, my name is Sergey Karalov, Sergei, and last name is Karalov, Koralov. So my question for Dr. McDonough,
And
given
sir,
that
wait, I'm sorry, it's Mr. Kralov, are you on at 11 Bodwell Terrace? Is that what you
11
said?
Bodwell Terrace, correct.
Thank you.
So my question, given that we're discussing the doctrine of res judicata, given the intensified use that Mr. McDonough presented as an argument against res judicata, in light of the fact that one of the many reasons why the previous application was denied was the change to the parking situation, change to the traffic, would not the intensified use only further highlight the fact that the significant variance that the applicant is asking for in terms of parking be an issue? Also, related to that, Mr. Levine made a point that this is all contiguous neighborhood. This is a dead-end street, which has already ongoing issues with parking. In fact, ongoing issues with parking precisely related to expansion of a high school, so much so that the current property owners of a property in question already use the parking and rent out parking, from best we can tell, to the high school students, and as a result contribute dramatically to the traffic in the neighborhood. It would seem that, if anything, all of these are arguments precisely why the situation is only made worse by the current application, by now request to have 140 seats in this property, so a much bigger traffic need, a much bigger need for parking. So I'm not exactly sure how your argument is that this should be reviewed again.
Thank you for that. I'll just again repeat what I've said, is that this is not the same neighborhood it was back in 2001. There are influences on the neighborhood which has changed the character of the neighborhood, including that school, which is right there across the street, that has seen activity and enrollment increase as well. We've got the physical change over with the mausoleum right next door. And those other developments that I spoke about as well.
I mean, all these changes increase traffic, and you're proposing to just increase it further rather than mitigate it. And the current application even increases the house of worship that much bigger compared to the original application. In terms of a change in the neighborhood, I'm not sure how much the immediate neighborhood, meaning a dead-end street, has changed. It's still a reasonably quiet dead-end street.
All I'm saying is that the area has evolved to the extent that it is accepting more intensity, which is something that the board may wish to consider as part of the next phase of the application. Another reason why something is different than it was in 2001. That's
okay,
all.
but is it true that the new proposal, in fact, increases the requirement for more parking and increases the traffic that much further compared to the original application that was denied for those exact reasons?
I have in my notes here that the previous application did not have a provision for off-site parking, and yet that's a now tentative agreement with local for the high holidays. I know Mr. Lanzafama just went an increase in the number of parking spaces, 25 versus 18. And again, I'll fall back.
But
I'll
not
pull
the
back.
proportion of parking spaces to the seats requested. You request nearly 3 times as many seats, yet barely increase the amount of parking provided.
Again, I would offer that there's off-site plans in place that were not here back in 2001.
Okay. I guess it's for the board to decide.
Thank you, sir. Next attendee with questions, Solomon Lama.
You should be able to hear me.
Yeah, I just need your camera on, please.
All right, I apologize. There we go.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Solomon Lama, 438 Millburn Avenue. Mr. McDonough, you testified that the property is across the street from the high school. And you also testified that the property is across the street from Montclair. Can you please reconcile those two things?
Well, I have there's actually residential right across the street. The access to the school is right there.
The access to the education center is right there.
Yeah, that's correct.
The Chanticleer, or the property that used to be the Chanticleer, how far away?
I will get that for you. I don't have that.
I can provide you with that. It's 0.3 miles. It's a 6-minute.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is the question section.
Yeah,
We can't have members of the public offering
I am
testimony.
just helping Mr. McDonough with the information that he did not have. You don't want to accept it, that's perfectly fine.
No, you can ask in the form of a question. I'm not saying it's accepted.
I did, but he didn't know the answer, so I provided it for him. My question is, you mentioned that there's residential houses across the street. Can you name those residential houses across the street?
What do you mean by name them?
Of the address or lot number or whatever you prefer.
I don't have the house numbers in front of me.
Okay, but they are residential houses across the street.
That's right. Yes.
My other question is, does your proposal also include change to the neighborhood that the Chi Center was operating in 2001 in some form or another and is no longer operating there in some form or another?
That doesn't change my testimony.
No, but it is a change. It is a change. Correct?
Is what a change? That the center was operational in 2001 and it's not now, or in 2002?
A significant change to the character of the neighborhood that a mixed-use house of worship was used on the property prior to any approval, and now it's no longer being used that way. I'm just asking, is that part of your view of the change of the neighborhood?
As part of the greater neighborhood? No, that pertains to the specific site itself.
Well, it is part of the greater neighborhood. The fact that it was operating there and it's no longer operating there now, just like St. Stephen's Cemetery added a mausoleum all the way in the back of its property, not within sight of the street at all, as a change to the neighborhood. I feel that those two are equivalent. Don't you feel that those two are equivalent as well?
I don't even know if the 2000, I don't recall if the 2001 denial referenced the fact that the center was operating. I don't know if that was a consideration.
It was, but okay. Has there been any change to the neighborhood specifically regarding the houses or any new construction regarding the houses on Boswell Terrace adjacent or further up Boswell Terrace or on Millburn Avenue adjacent to the property or across the street from the?
I did not study that.
So in terms of, as a resident being there for how many years now? Since 98. there hasn't been, I'll ask another. All right, did the changes that you look at require any change of use or variances or anything that a resident has spoken to, let's say at a board meeting, for example, adding lights to the high school field or changing the turf or new construction at the high school? Could have a resident have spoken at a meeting such as this to talk about those issues or that you could talk about as part of the neighborhood?
Yes,
Which one?
any one of them, any one of the above.
I don't think any of them were. So I don't think there was any change, any variances or, again, it's a question.
I don't know, but they're,
I'll
I won't be
continue.
argumentative.
I apologize. Let's see, one last question. You know what? I think I've exhausted my questions. I appreciate your time and thank you to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Lama. Next up, we have Jack Gordon.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a quick follow-up of Mr. McDonough based on the
Sure.
last question? Mr. McDonough, are you aware of any use variances or other types of variances that were granted for any of the properties in the surrounding neighborhood since
I'm not,
2001?
I don't know the specifics of those applications in terms of any relief.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Gordon, please proceed. You're muted.
So on the raised judicata issue, I think Sergey asked a couple of really good questions. Bodwell Terrace has changed in the 20 years, has it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon, Gordon, you broke up. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's a lot of background noise. People who aren't speaking should probably mute themselves. That would be helpful.
Yeah, can everyone please mute themselves? For some reason, we're getting some heavy feedback.
So my question, Mr. McDonough, related specifically first to something that Sergey made a point about, and that is that Bodwell Terrace is a residential dead-end street. It was a residential dead-end street in 1994 during the first application and in 2001 during the second application to merge the properties. Is that true?
That it was a residential side street?
Yes.
Yes.
And isn't it fair to say that Millburn Avenue hasn't expanded? There haven't been new lanes added. In fact, quite to the contrary. A little further to the east, the bump outs and everything else, and the notion of better traffic flow for traffic planning purposes hasn't made Millburn Avenue easier to get onto and off of.
I would say that through good planning, the municipality has planned for growth with those improvements, yes.
So with respect to your lack of recollection as to the 2001 application, if you look at the February 2002 21-page decision of this zoning board on this very issue, one of the specific reasons why the prior application was denied was because of inadequate parking. Would you agree with that?
That was one of the findings, yes.
And now you're exacerbating the parking shortfall. And you're asking this board to look at it afresh because we have a significant intensification of use. I don't understand how what was unacceptable 20 years ago is somehow acceptable today and deserves a quote unquote second look or a fresh look because you're exacerbating the lack of parking? Can you explain that to me, please?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Let me rephrase it. 20 years ago, the Zoning Board of Adjustment in the borough of Millburn denied a virtually identical application. And one of the bases upon which that application was denied was because the High Center did not have adequate parking. You're now making an application afresh to the same board, although all of the constituents are different, and saying, well, back 20 years ago, we had inadequate parking, but because now there's a significant intensification of the use of the properties in the immediate area, we should get a fresh look. But at the same time, you're asking for a variance of more than 50% of what is now required. How can that possibly be in your favor in terms of seeking to avoid the stare decisis, res judicata issue that you're now facing?
I have not heard this applicant say it is going to be more reliant on the street for parking than it was in 2001. I have not heard that.
All I've heard is that 20 years ago, the zoning board said there was inadequate parking when you weren't even seeking a variance for the number of parking spaces. And now today, you're seeking a variance that would be over 50% of what's required for your proposed use. How can that possibly be a factor in your favor for avoiding res judicata?
Again, it's the applicant's commitment to have off-site parking.
I really don't see how this board can consider a third application, not this board, but the planning board first time, the zoning board 20 years ago, and now we're with an application that exacerbates the requirements for variances, adds new variances, and frankly, wait, we have a solution. We're gonna park cars somewhere else. It's
Any other questions, Mr. Gordon?
no other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be moving on to Pretty Goswami. If you could please turn on your camera and unmute yourself.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. What
So I
question
have-
do you have for Mr. McDonough?
Yeah, so my question is that considering that you're emphasizing the change in character of streets so much, have you considered the fact that the character of Bordwell Terrace has changed significantly since 2001, in the sense that there are a lot more kids now here playing on their yard and street, and the current variance might actually compromise their safety?
Again, it is going to be paramount to this application that it lessens the load on Bodwell. And that's the applicant's position.
I don't understand how, because there are going to be a lot of people coming on the street for the prayers, and you cannot reduce that. So that's not convincing.
That will be part of the testimony going forward.
I'm looking forward for that because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Any other questions,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Goswami?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Sergey again, 952310. Hand up. Bring.
I'm sorry, just to follow up on the previous question, or previous answer, rather by Rob. How's it considered? Is it my understanding correct that you're actually saying that having a house of worship will now reduce the amount of traffic on this dead-end street? That current amount of traffic would actually be reduced?
It is going to certainly be the applicant's burden to show that the traffic proposed with this development will not impose a substantially adverse impact on the public streets. Yes.
Including on this street, despite, I mean, even if one is to believe that somehow you will have just 25 cars as the lot allows, how is that possible that this would not substantially, essentially double the number of cars that are currently parked on the street or that currently use the street daily?
That will come out as part of the testimony going forward.
Okay, just, it seems that this was one of the prejudices in the previous decision, that an increase in traffic was never addressed.
Understood.
And to this point, again, one point that I wanted to make is that currently, I'm not sure if it is licensed to do so or not, the property is being used essentially as an off-site parking lot for high school students. And as it is increases traffic, I'm not sure how lawfully, on the street, endangering the kids that are currently playing in the yard. So it's a little bit.
Okay, we're limiting it to
lying that
questions.
this
We're limiting
was
it to
unclear.
questions right now to Mr. McDonough's testimony.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Samir Navani.
Hi there.
Go ahead, sir.
So again, the five places or developments that were mentioned, the mausoleum is definitely not relevant. High school is, middle school is further away. Enclave is also further away, and the other town was Springfield. But as Mr. McDonough mentioned, that the intensification is higher. So by allowing for this, are you proposing that it's bad as is already, why not make it worse? That's what we are saying, because as some of the residents mentioned, there are kids in the block, there are some more activities in the block, and it directly affects the safety of the residents. So I'm just trying to understand what is the point of giving this 5 examples if this is gonna just make things worse for the residents.
If I understand the question, it sounds like what I've already been asked. How does the intensification of the area play into the race judicata question? Is that where you're going?
Not only that, my question is more about, rather than mitigating the intensification and mitigating the safety risk, why is the proposal making it worse? And by giving these examples.
What I'm saying is the influences on the area, the context within which this site is located has changed from 2001 with more activity. It is more of an activity center than it was back in 2001. That to me is something that the board can give deference to in terms of reconsidering this application, this current application.
Apart from the high school, what else is the difference here?
Well, I don't think you can turn a blind eye to what's happening in the former Saks site. It dumps out onto Millburn Avenue. That's where the traffic is generated. That's where the traffic is directed. So I agree it's in another town, that the living units are in another town, but traffic is certainly coming out to Millburn Avenue.
I think I would differ, because the traffic coming from Morris Avenue, from Short Hills Avenue, and from other places into that section of the town. But yeah, I'm just trying to understand, like, if yeah, the res judicata is a question because definitely apart from the high school, I don't see any other examples of intensification here.
Any other questions?
No, that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Do not see any. So with that, Rob, how should we proceed from here? Do we need to vote on whether or not we've heard testimony that dictates this is res judicata, or how would you like to go with this?
Well, let me first ask Mr. Levine. Mr. Levine, do you have any other witnesses specific to the issue of res judicata?
I do not, no.
So I think the board is faced with the question of res judicata that it can address in one of two ways, I believe. And what I would recommend, Mr. Chairman, under the circumstances, that we, in essence, take a straw poll. Let me explain what I mean. I think at this point, you can decide as a board whether, on a straw poll basis, whether A, you feel like you've heard enough testimony and evidence, and based on your review of the application materials, including the 2001 plan compared to the 2022 plan, that you can make an informed decision as to res judicata applies to bar this application. In other words, dismiss the application due to the doctrine of res judicata, or alternatively, whether you feel as a board that you want to hear some additional evidence from the applicant before voting conclusively on that issue. So for example, there's been some discussion and testimony in the form of questions and also regular testimony so far that parking and traffic was an important issue that led to the denial of the 2001 application. Now, you have not heard yet from any traffic or parking consultants on behalf of the applicant. And you may feel that you may want to hear from that professional witness, or even whether it's the operator, whether it's lay testimony, as to what this current application is proposing by way of parking and traffic. And Mr. Levine referenced accommodations for off-site parking for certain religious holidays. And so you may want to hear some additional testimony, for example, in that area or in other areas, such as whether it's stormwater management, whether it's landscaping, whether it's lighting, before you feel comfortable making an informed determination as to the issue of res judicata. So res judicata, you can vote on it now, you can vote on it at the end of the application, and any time in between. So again, my recommendation would be at this point is to take a straw poll, as to whether either A, you feel like you have enough information to vote as to the issue of res judicata, or B, you'd like to hear some additional testimony from the applicant. It's up to you what, before you feel comfortable with the underlying premise that allows you to vote as to res judicata.
Okay. So does anyone have any discussion regarding this? Any questions, any comments, any thoughts on this from the board? We're done with the public, Mr. Gordon.
I have a question. Rob, are you able to give us like your opinion, or is that not appropriate in this context?
I think you kinda
don't
did.
believe. No, I don't think I did. I think I just, I'm here to advise you as to the law and to advise you as to certain procedural matters. But I don't believe it's appropriate for me to opine as to whether I believe that, from what I've heard, it qualifies or doesn't qualify, or I need more information. I don't get paid enough to be a board member, so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
One
pass
could
on that
wish, you know?
You know,
Or you s- or you
one
the board chair.
day, if I can get a lot and block in the township of Millburn, I'm all in.
So go ahead, Steve.
So, Rob, it seems to me that we covered two main topics this evening. One is, well, not just two, but one was the difference between the new application and the old, and the other is if the new application is exasperating conditions. Now, does the exasperation of a condition go to the doctrine? I don't believe it does, but I want to just get that clear in my mind.
Well, when you say an exacerbation of a condition, so, I'll give you another simple example. So if a board in 2001 on a residential application denied an application because the front yard setback was supposed to be 50 feet and it was 30 feet, and then the application comes back and it's not 30 feet or 50 feet, but it's 20 feet. You're exacerbating the deviation. And I believe that, that would trigger res judicata. Whereas if the issue that caused the board, to deny the application was improved, so for either they met the setback, or instead of, 40 feet, they were at 49 feet, and they dismissed it by a foot because of some condition on the property, that could very well take you, outside of res judicata.
And what if the variance did not exist in the prior application, but exists in the current?
I think that the issue when it comes to res judicata is not necessarily what the ordinance says exclusively, but whether what the application is seeking by the way of use and intensity of use, and to some extent the number of variances, but I think you do have to compare apples to apples as to whether there is a substantial change or not. So I think that just because the ordinance changes to say that, hey, there was no variance required before, and now there is a variance, I don't believe that is necessarily relevant to whether res judicata applies or not. I think you have to look at the conditions of the first application compared to the conditions of the second application, as well as the conditions surrounding the property in the first application versus the conditions surrounding the property in the second application.
And how granular a board member wants to get into, that sort of nuance is at their discretion. Is that reasonable?
Yes, I mean, I think I've fairly and clearly laid out the criteria to determine whether a second application is subject to res judicata or not. And to the extent that the board engages in that analysis exercise, is really up to the board. I mean, there's certain things that are pretty clear, which is, is it the same parties or their privities that are involved, which is, I believe, the case here. Was there adjudication on the merits in the first case? I believe there was. So those things I don't believe are up for debate, but there's certainly other aspects that are up to, the board, doing the analysis and making the determination.
So I'll make one comment on this. I am by no means sold on the fact that this is not a textbook example of res judicata. But I am intrigued with hearing some of further testimony. So from my point of the straw poll, I would like to hear more testimony. But like I said, tonight, I by no means am convinced of anything from what I heard. To me, this thing walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. But I would be interested in hearing more testimony.
I agree with Craig. I completely agree, and I would not be comfortable at this point making a determination that that this is a matter of res judicata without hearing more testimony.
I would
Anyone else have
also
any
agree
thoughts?
with that. I agree with both of you.
Okay.
So from a straw poll, I'm sorry, Rob, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So from a straw poll perspective, I guess by sort of a show of hands, who is in favor of moving forward, hearing more testimony and not ruling out res judicata, but hearing some more testimony as to some of the points that were raised by the professionals? Okay, so at this point,
So let the record reflect that
Yeah.
there were hands raised in the majority that indicated that the board wishes to defer on any type of formal determination as to whether or not res judicata applies until such time as more testimony is heard with regard to this application.
thank you. So with that, Eileen, when will we be hearing this case in furtherance?
Do we want to keep them more separate than residential matters? How do you want to proceed with this?
I mean, I'd like to, Mr. Levine, thoughts?
My only thoughts, Mr. Chairman, are, and I was, waiting until, to kind of hear when the next available hearing dates might be. But, given the fact that there's a lot of public interest and, given the fact that, as is often the case, the boards typically want to handle residential matters first, which is customary and understood. And I'm also recognizing that we requested at least one, if not two, continuances as part of this, but I think we were deemed complete, I want to say back in like July of last summer. And we've still got potentially anyway, a lot of ground to cover. So at this point, I think I'd like to ask if the board has any appetite for considering special meetings for us in order to try to push this forward towards a conclusion one way or the other.
Judging by the caseload, I think that's going to be a big ask to do a special meeting. I mean, we sit through these, I mean, I'm not speaking for Eileen, but, maybe I am. With the caseload that this board sees and the fact that we sit here from 7 to 11 almost every night to have these board of volunteers come back another Monday, it's a big ask. So I would prefer to allocate you a significant amount of time at your next meeting and appropriately, whatever the needs are going forward. But, for a special meeting, I think that's kind of a large ask of this group at this time.
So we have 2 applications right now on June 6th. June 20th is open.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Levine?
I'd
rather be on the 20th.
So my other choice would be taking an earlier date, but a smaller allocation of available time. Is that the choice?
How many applications are on the 6th, you said?
I have 2 with 3 more that are like ready to
So chances are neither date will be exclusively yours, but it can be, much like tonight, we saw one case, but we still have a bunch to come back. We have 3 pending to come back, I think.
Well, they're all coming back.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're coming back
Carryovers
in
are
May,
in
right?
May, so they'll be
Yeah,
done.
okay, yeah, they'll be done.
You have T-Mobile, but
I do know that, I can't recall, if you said January 6th was one of the options, that's the one date that I'm aware
Actually,
of
June
that's
6th, but-
problematic for our team.
the
Did I
next
say- I meant to say
available
June
that is the
6th.
20th.
So the 20th sounds
If
like the
that-
winner?
Yeah, if that's the next available one where we feel like we could get a chunk of time, then yes, I'd say yes.
Righty.
Like I said, and judging by the enormous public interest, the fact that we have still 26 people on this call at 11 o'clock at night, judge accordingly with your professionals, that it's just gonna be a lot of questions.
And I just want to make sure for the housekeeping matter, Mr. Chairman, that just to confirm we have a sufficient public announcement of that effect, so there's no need for further notice.
That's correct. There's no need for further notices for people that are on here tonight. It looks like June 20th is the date. Please check the website, as if anything does change, it will be noted there as well.
Just 2 comments. Number one, Mr. Levine, can we get an extension of time on this application?
Yes. Yes.
So if you can provide that to Eileen in writing through, you want to say the end of July for now?
Can we
Since
make
the
it just to the end of,
I'm sorry?
could we just make it to the end, through the end of June as opposed to the end of July, just so we know, kind of can see how June goes?
That's up to the board. I don't have any
I
objection.
mean, I'm sure that's your prerogative, if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Are
no
you gonna-
intention of, yeah, that would be my preference, if you wouldn't mind. I'll make sure to get that in writing. It would carry us 10 days beyond that June 20th date. And if it, at the end of the June 20th, I've always been willing to, grant continuances when the situation warrants it, and be able to make that decision at that time.
Very well.
And just so we're clear, because right now we're at a Zoom meeting, is the intention, Eileen, that the June 20th meeting is also going to be a Zoom meeting?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so this
All right, well-
application will be carried without further notice to June 20th on the Zoom platform.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Simon. Have a good evening.
You too as well. For anyone in the audience, is there anything you'd like to discuss that was not on tonight's docket? I see no hands raised. Did you have something else, Rob?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So it was brought to so we took a vote tonight on the Prashker application that resulted in a 3-3 vote. And it was brought to my attention after the hearing that Mr. Harjani was potentially eligible to vote as the first alternate and did not vote on the application. So I just want to talk about that for a second. So Chandru, were you eligible to vote on the application?
I had him marked as absent on the 21st when we heard this.
Oh, so then you were not.
Which is why I did
I
not
was not.
vote you.
I was probably not. I wasn't aware it was March 21st.
Yes.
Okay.
That is why I didn't call for Chandru or Ashley, because both were not here on the 21st.
That answers the question.
So as they say in French, and I think it's 2 words, never mind.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I have a topic I'd like to cover with the board very briefly.
Sure.
Is there a process or a procedure where we could potentially continue on a Zoom format indefinitely for these meetings?
I'm saying no. because I think that it's going to come down to a point where we need to go back in person. There is a certain element of time when it comes to these applications that it works better in person than it does on Zoom. So I think that it would be more constructive to get back in front of an audience live, that type of thing. So I realize it's comfortable to sit here at home and do it with no travel time, et cetera, but it is not realistic. One of the problems we've faced with our current room is the fact that we sit all on top of each other, that the dais is not designed for, you know, whatever, seven plus attorney and then 2 alternates on the side. It's just not ideal for this in the current situation. You know, COVID sort of is dropping back a little, but then it rears its ugly head again. So we're sort of, you know, to cram everyone in there, I think that's the stumbling point. Because if you look at, there's still, you know, partitions up and things like that. So that's, I think, with our stumbling block. Other than that, if we can move forward by the summertime, I think it would be ideal to get back in person.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, questions on that or anything else? Well, in that case, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move adjournment.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have a great evening, folks.
Thanks. Thanks, Greg. Thank you, Rob.
Night all.
Thank you, Amy.
See ya.